Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to parents listening at home. This is the Loreto Normanhurst Regatta of 2020, and the first race will start shortly, but just before they do, I'd like to acknowledge the Darug people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of this land who've taken care of this area for generations. We pay respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people within our community. We honour elders, those past, present and emerging, and acknowledge the sacrifices made and the conflicts faced to ensure that we can all prosper on this land today. As we share our knowledge, teaching and learning within Loreto Normanhurst, we also pay respect to the knowledge embedded forever within the Aboriginal custodianship of country. So parents, it's a lovely hot sunny day out here. It's 20-something degrees already, no wind. The girls are all lined up and they're being attached to the boat holders. I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 already. There are 7 crews in this race. PLC Sydney in lane 2, Canberra Girls Grammar 1 in lane 3, Pymble Ladies College in lane 4, Queenwood 5, Sydney Girls 1 in 6, Loreto Kirribilli 1 in 7, and Roseville in 8. The girls are sitting at the start. They're poised, they're ready. A couple of nervous looks at each other. And they're off. Nice even start. Nobody showing much in those first 7-8 strokes. Lane 1 looks like it's going on. No, lane 2 looks like it's doing quite well. Just a nose ahead of the others, I think. Sorry, that's not lane 2. It's lane 3. It is lane 3, but it's the second one. Canberra Girls Grammar. And this is the Schoolgirl 4, Division 1, the first race of the day. Everything proceeding quite nicely. And the girls are just covering the first 250 metres. And there's a pretty good line from where I'm looking, which is in the cameras behind from the race, from the start line. Nothing standing out.
So in the lane 2 of PLC Sydney, we've got in the bow seat Arabella Rutherford, Alexandra Bourne, Kate Brady, Alexandra Reid, Lily Dukakis is the cox, and the coaches are Beck Harrison and Felix Dew. And Beck, I had the pleasure of coaching. She came down to Mossman Rowing Club as a little girl with her father, bringing her down for our 5 o'clock starts. And she's now coaching at PLC, having represented New South Wales and Australia as a coxswain. Lane 3 is Canberra Girls Grammar, Neve James, Lauren Goldie, Ashley Burns, Maddie McGuinness, Andrea Newnham as the coxswain, and the coach is Carolyn Bajipas. Now, she's the head coach of Canberra Girls Grammar and is the director of rowing there. She's an ex-student and she works full-time at the school. At the moment, we've gone through the 500-metre mark with Queenwood in first place in a time of 1 minute, 50 seconds and 77.77. Second is the Canberra Girls Grammar School, just 0.1 of a second behind. Then we have Sydney Girls, number 1, Pymble Ladies, number 1, Loreto Kirribilli, number 1, Roseville, and then in 7th place, PLC Sydney. But it's all a very tight race. There's only a few seconds between first and last. In the lane 4 with the Pymble Ladies College, we've got Anna Mumford, Eloise Wilson, Ayesha Lakaya, Grace Carey, Arabella Ibbotson as the cox, and the coach there is William Newman. Lane 5 with Queenwood, Madeline Nicole, Tiffany Botha, Stephanie Preller, Chelsea Prout, Lucy Anderson, coaches being Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle. And Kieran and Ray are both of Irish extraction, having lived in this country for a little while, and have both been coaching at Queenwood for a fair amount of time. Ray has recently been he started rowing at Neptune Rowing Club in Dublin in 1988. He's been coaching at Queenwood for 7 years, and he's twice been the New South Wales Schoolgirl Coach of the Year. Just gone through the 1,000 metres mark in the Schoolgirl 4 Division 1. First is in Queenwood in 3 minutes and 45 seconds, followed by Canberra Girls Grammar, some 4 seconds behind. Then Sydney Girls number 1, Loreto Kirribilli number 1, Roseville College, Pymble Ladies and PLC Sydney. Sydney Girls are in lane 6. That's Zoe Kranowski, Zara Greenwood, Now I'm having trouble with some of the pronunciations of the names. Mia is in the 3 seat. Josephine Perry is the stroke, with Delina Gamage as the cox, and the coaches are Matteo Villani and Timothy Hughes. Lane 7, Loreto Kirribilli number 1, Claire Flanagan, Samantha Callanan, Katie Webb, Lucy McDougall and Caitlin Gately is the cox, coached by Will Foxton. Will Foxton was a coxswain when he was much smaller and younger, and won for me the school board, the under-19 state championship about 10 years ago. He's since grown up and is rowing himself. And then in lane 8 we have Roseville, Adelaide French, Isabella Ryan, Samantha Reeves, Abby Cox, and the coxswain is Lucy Thompson, and the coach is Brianna Monk.
They're just approaching the last quarter of the race now. We don't have yet any placings from that hut, but I would say that it's still Queenwood out in front. Sorry, from where we're sitting in the commentary box, we're staring down a very shiny, bright course. We're waiting for the sun to go up. Here we go. Queenwood in front, 5 minutes, 41 seconds, 0.94. 7 seconds behind Canberra Girls Grammar in second place, and the others still to appear in the screw. Sydney Girls in third. So Queenwood really looks like, unless they do something terrible, they're increasing their lead. 4th, Loreto Kirribilli 1, 5th, Pymble Ladies, 6th, Roseville, 7, PLC Sydney. So Queenwood are looking very tidy indeed. They've established a pretty comfortable lead. And we're just trying to get a rating on them. They look very relaxed and good. And finally, they're emerging out of the bright shine that we can see from the commentary box. And we can actually see what they're doing. Sorry, the rating watch is telling me they're doing 15, and I can tell you that they're not. It's a good deal faster than that. But they do look very relaxed and good. They're still maintaining that lead over Canberra Girls Grammar, and they've got about 100 metres to go. They're in the reds now, and they're just going to cruise to a very comfortable win. And second will be Canberra Girls Grammar, and they are also looking good. There's the first one past the line. Canberra Girls Grammar is going to be second. And there's theirs. And then they have a fairly comfortable lead over the rest of the crew, rest of the course. They'll just have to wait for a couple of seconds for the third one to cross. They're coming up now. There we go. Sydney Girls get third. The rest are in a tight little bunch. Loreto, Roseville, Pymble Ladies College, and the last ones were PLC Sydney, I think.
And now we've got the Division 2 of the... Now we have Division 2 of the Schoolgirls 4 on the river, or the course, and they just come through the 1,000 metre mark with first place is Loreto Kirribilli number 3 in a time of 4 minutes flat, followed by Loreto Kirribilli number 2, less than a second behind them. Then third is Canberra Girls Grammar number 2, and fourth is Sydney Girls Grammar, Sydney Girls School, sorry. And in the Loreto Kirribilli crew in lane 3, we've got Alyssa Fickers, Alex McMillan, Charlotte Cadman, Olivia Loadsman, Gabrielle Rose as a cox, coached by Michael Benarius, who's a very experienced coach. In lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar number 2 is Claire Sonic, Sophia Benuti, Annabelle Barker, Zoe McLaughlin, coxed by Grace Dimoff, and coach is Ali McBain. Lane 5, we've got Loreto Killer number 2, being Emma Jones, Lauren Moran, Caitlin L, Isabel Constantine, Mietta Jones is a cox, and also coached by Michael Benarius. And then in lane 6 is Sydney Girls number 2, Bianca Zumas, Katriana Teo, Jackie Ryan, Samara Kleeman, Natasha Gamage is the cox, coaches Matteo Villani and Timothy Hughes. And the girls are coming up now to around about the 1500 metre mark. They've got a few metres now to go. Just about to go through the 1500 metre mark. And in front is Loreto Kirribilli number 3 in a time of 6 minutes and 2 seconds, followed by Loreto Kirribilli number 2, only 3 seconds behind them. And then Canberra Girls Grammar number 2, 6 seconds behind second place. And then coming up is, in 4th place, is Sydney Girls number 2. So beautiful rowing conditions out here today. There's no wind. The course is one of the fairest courses in the world, and was designed for the Sydney Olympics in 2000. It was designed by a renowned architect and rowing aficionado, Terry O'Hanlon, who has been a Loreto Normanhurst stalwart for many years. And this course has been a complete wonderful success and has been emulated in other parts of the world, including the new Regatta Centre and course over in Western Australia, which Terry has also designed. And Terry is a New South Wales selector at the moment, as well as a stalwart of Loreto Normanhurst. And just coming up the last 200 metres before the finish.
And we've got the crews have stayed pretty much in the position that they have been in all for the entire race. So we've got Loreto Kirribilli out in front, Loreto Kirribilli 3 in front, followed by Loreto Kirribilli 2, Canberra Girls Grammar, and Sydney Girls in 4th. They're just approaching, they're halfway down the red buoys now, and the first race is about 3 strokes from the end.
A lot of competition between these two Loreto Kirribilli crews.
Loreto Kirribilli 3, Loreto Kirribilli 2, Canberra Girls Grammar 2, and the 4th place just approaching, another 2 strokes to go. Sydney Girls 2. That was the Division 2 of the Schoolgirl 4. Now there'll be a few minutes before the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull Division 1, in which there are 8 entries. So we're using 9 lanes, but Pymble Ladies College 1 has pulled out, has withdrawn. So we've got 8 entrants in that, and they will be PLC Sydney 1, Sydney Girls 1, Loreto Kirribilli, Askham 1, Roseville, MLC School, Radford College 1, and St Catherine's. And that is due to start at 7:13, and indeed they are on the course now.
So they're just running about a minute late. It's now 7:14, and these girls are all basically in their first year of rowing, so it's marvellous to see them out there in a double scull, and it looks like they're very disciplined. They're lined up there on the course very well and just about ready to go. So in the lane 1, PLC Sydney, this is a 1,000 metre race, so they're starting halfway down the course. We've got Emma Burgess and Molly Cameron, coaches Laura Bradley and Felix Dew. Sydney Girls number 1 is Vanessa Zeng in lane 2. Nara West, coached by Cameron Ogilvie and Tal Lewis. In lane number 4, Loreto Kirribilli is Amelie Champ and Madeline Burge, with the coaches of Phoebe Halley. Lane number 5, Askham number 1, Sabrina Cogzar and Lucy Yabsley, coached by Susanna McMahon and Thomas Parker. Lane number 6, Roseville, Grace McKinlay, Emma Dupries, coached by Georgie McCardle. Lane number 7, MLC School, Charlotte Penny, Ashley Pagewood, coached by 2 renowned coaches, Kirsten Lindquist and Rob Glendenning. Number 8 is Radford College number 1, Anvi Gupta, Audrey Potter, coached by Stuart Sampson and Kirsty Turner. And in lane number 9, St Catherine's, which is Alice Steed and Melanie Poulos, coached by Richard Coakley. And Richard's done a great job with St Catherine's. They're currently boating out of the UTS Haberfield shed, and their rowing program is only fairly new. My daughter was a student at St Catherine's many years ago. They've just started the race and they're off in the double scull. And there's been a clash nearly of blades in lanes 4 and 5, which has allowed lane 6 to get out and away, rowing nice and long in front. And the girls are looking very sharp there in lane number 6 from Roseville. And Georgie McCardle's done a great job with getting them out and away in front of the field.
On the screen, all we can see at the moment is the Roseville crew, who look to be comfortably ahead, unless there's somebody sneaking up on either side that we can't see on the screen at the moment. This is always an interesting race. These are young girls. They have to steer themselves. They have to line up themselves, and so the crew, the field is, as you would expect, a bit scattered. More distance between first and last than you saw in the first 2 races. But these are magnificent efforts from, as Steve said, young girls in their first or second year of racing at most, and a double scull. It's a long way by yourself, even when it's a long way with just the 2 of you, even when it's only 1,000 metres.
And the Roseville girls are currently out in front, rating at 34, but they're not having it all their own way. They're being challenged by lane number 3 or lane number 4.
Must be 4.
Must be lane 4 from here, Loreto Kirribilli, which is Amelia Champ and Maddie Burgess. And they're still out in front, rating at 33, nice and long, getting their hands through their knees well. Good leg drive.
And I think it's the Loreto Kirribilli crew who are really pushing them now. In fact, they may have even overtaken.
No, Radford College.
No, over on the far, Radford College.
Yep.
And someone on the far side, Steve. Who's that? Is that PLC or Sydney Girls?
Sydney Girls.
Sydney Girls.
But the girls have just come through the 500 metre mark. So we've got Radford College came through in first place in 2 minutes and 7 seconds, followed by Roseville, some 4 seconds behind. Then PLC Sydney number 1, St Catherine's, Sydney Girls number 1, and in 6th place was Askham number 1. So Radford College now out in front and stroking at 36 strokes per minute. Putting a lot of effort in with the leg drive. Nice blade work for the girls at this age. So the field is quite spread out. The 2 lanes being number 8 and number 6, Radford and Roseville up in front. We've just got a little issue over in lane 9 with St Catherine's, where Alice Steed and Melanie Poulos have just come through the boys, so they'll be having a bit of difficulty trying to keep their boat from catching a crab as they come into they should be looking out too. They're getting very close to coming across into the the pontoon. Last, they've come into the red boys, Radford College and Roseville. And as they're coming down towards the finish, I hope these girls from St Catherine's are looking out. They're heading. Somebody should tell them they're going straight.
Somebody is calling them.
Someone should tell them to stop. They're heading straight for the pontoon. And as we go through the finish...
Roseville have picked it up again. I think that's Roseville, isn't it?
So Roseville's won in a
Roseville
time of 4 minutes and 17.
And Radford close behind them.
Radford
and the third one will be right over on the far side. It's
which will be PLC.
Probably PLC. They've slowed down their rating as they approach. Nobody's challenging them for third. They've passed third. Excellent. PLC here fourth.
Askham came fourth. And then coming up in fifth place is Sydney Girls number 1. And the kids from St Catherine's have had to stop rowing. They were doing very well, but they've just got to make sure that you turn around and have a look, stay in your lane, which is something very hard for the youngsters to learn at this early age, but I'm sure that's a lesson that they won't forget. And then we've got 2 more crews, I think, still on the course.
6. No, that can't be 6, it must be 7. That's 7 just crossing the line now. They're doing a leisurely pace. That was MLC. And the St Catherine girls have regathered themselves. And they will cross the line. They've got about another 10 strokes to go.
And congratulations to them for getting out of trouble and then finishing the race. Well done, kids.
It's hard to keep your composure in racing when something goes really wrong.
Yep.
And you really just want to fling your oars in your lap and cry. And they didn't. They've crossed the line. That's good. Excellent, St Catherine's. Now, the next race, which is the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull Division 2, is more than, it's also 1,000 metres. It's now halfway down the course. We have in lane 1, Radford College 2, in lane 2, Askham 2, in lane 3, Sydney Girls 2, in lane 4, Pymble Ladies 2, 5, PLC Sydney 2, 6, PLC Sydney 3, 7, Pymble Ladies 3, and 8, Sydney Girls 3. And from where we're sitting, I would say it is lane 2 who is comfortably in front. Unless that is lane 2 I'm looking at, isn't it, Steve?
Yeah. So this is race 4 on the program. So as I went through the 500 metre mark, it was Askham 2 in front of Pymble Ladies number 2, followed by Radford College, Sydney Girls number 2, PLC number 2, Pymble Ladies number 3, Sydney Girls number 3, and PLC number 3. And they're just coming into the red boys now. And in the Askham number 2, which is leading, we have Kitty Elias and Isabel Hanger, coached by Susanna McMahon and Thomas Parker. And Pymble Ladies number 2, we have Annabelle Shanahan and Ellie Hennessy, coached by Izu Singarara. And we're just coming through the finish line now, and it's been, the race has been taken out by, just waiting for the unofficial results there. Askham number 2, followed by Sydney Ladies number 2. And then in third place is Radford College, who is Amelia Brennan and Zara Turner, coached by Susan Stewart Sampson and Kirsty Turner. Then coming into fourth place and just coming up to the line now, we have Sydney Girls number 2, and that is Noah Kepi and Olive Bilbao, coached by Cameron Ogilvie and Tal Lewis. And we've just had a very close finish for 5th and 6th place, being PLC number 2 and Pymble Ladies number 3. And Pymble Ladies number 3 is Melanie Tan and Sonia Zlatanovic, coached by India Thompson and Matilda Pennington. And we're just crossing the line now is Sydney girls number 3, and that's Annie Pham and Fiona He, coached by, again, Cameron Ogilvie, Tal Lewis and Emily Appleton. And coming up now in the final position is PLC number 3, which is Charlotte Sard, Annabelle Bland, coached by Lily Jem and Felix Diu. And the race was won in an unofficial time of 4 minutes and 16 seconds. And on the course now we have the schoolgirl year 8 singles.
Double skull.
Well, there's singles that I can see on the course.
I think you need your glasses on, Rocky.
Looking at the
Oh, he's looking at the screen, and I'm looking at the course.
Well, it's a double skull started, and maybe we've got 2 races on the course at the moment.
I think we have 2 races. We do. This makes it much easier, ladies and gentlemen. We have 2 races on the course. The first one is the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Skull Division 3. There are 4 in it. Pymble Ladies 4, Sydney Girls 4, Pymble Ladies 5 and PLC Sydney 4. That race must be just coming into the Purple Boys now. And it looks like it is Pymble Ladies 5 who are leading probably pretty comfortably.
That's Alexandra Stansel and Alice Beveridge, coached by India Thompson. And they went through the 500 metre mark in 2 minutes and 18 seconds, followed by Sydney girls number 4 being Sophia Dixon and Emily Sorrell, coached by Cameron Ogilvie, Tal Lewis and Emily Appleton. And then in 3rd place was PLC Sydney number 4, and that was Yima Lin and Isabella Johnson, coached by Matilda Pennington. And then in 4th place coming through the 500 was Pymble Ladies number 4, Alana Araj and Aliza Ali, coached by Lily Glenn and Felix Diu. And out in front at the moment is still Pymble Ladies number 5, and they've got a nice handy lead, and currently they're rating at 30 strokes per minute, just about to cross the finish line. Oh, a little bit of a wobble there in the last couple of strokes, and they've just made it, even though they had a little issue in the bow seat.
And if they don't sit up, they're going to fall in, but they have crossed the finish line.
They have crossed the finish line.
Half of them has crossed the finish line.
Half the boats have the finish line.
But I believe that's official once the bow has. I don't know if the whole boat has to cross the line. They've gathered themselves together, and they're now rowing away from the finish line.
And
So
coming into 2nd place, there's a good race between 2nd and 3rd, being Pymble Ladies number 4, and the boat in lane 6, PLC
And-
number 4.
and
And it's
and-
PLC number 4 with Alana and Elisa coming through just over the top of Sydney Girls number 4, being Sophia Dixon and Emily Sorrell. And then coming up to the finish line, still to cross, rating at 26 is Sydney Girl,
Sydney Girls 4s?
Sydney Girls number 4.
No, yes. And they've still got another 70 metres to go.
Now they're being chased down by the Schoolgirl Year 8 Single Scull Division 1, and in lane 2 we have St Catherine's, lane 3 we have Pymble Ladies number 1, lane 4 PLC Sydney number 1, lane 5 Roseville, lane 6 is Loreto Kirribilli number 1, lane 7 is Pymble Ladies number 2, lane 8 is Loreto Kirribilli number 1, and the girls in the Division 3 of the double scull from Sydney Girls number 4 have just crossed the line, and coming up in the Schoolgirls Division 1 as they went through.
That looks like Roseville ahead in the single, closely followed by Loreto Kirribilli 1. I think I have those
So
Colours
the lead
right.
boat is stroking at 31 strokes per minute.
That's Grace Bennett
Yep.
in Roseville, closely followed by Mabel Oxenham from Loreto,
Kirribilli
Kirribilli.
number 2.
Those two have crossed the line, and then there's a good deal of clear water before third and fourth.
Now in third place is a very good race between lane 8 and lane 4. Lane 8 currently stroking at
Wow.
31 strokes a minute, and just in front of lane 4. Lane 4 being PLC Sydney number 1, Isabel Yardley, coached by Laura Bradley and Felix Dew. And then coming up next to cross the finish line will be lane number, I can't read that number. PLC Sydney number 2 being Isabel McLaughlin.
Isabel Yardley.
Well, it's got McLaughlin here. Sorry, and we've also got the Schoolgirl Year 8 Single Scull Division 2 on the course. And as I went through the 500 metre mark, Loreto Kirribilli number 3, Chloe Alsop was in front in a time of 2 minutes and 20 seconds, followed by Loreto Kirribilli number 4, Isabel Howard. Then came St Catherine's number 2, Chelsea Barker, followed by Pymble Ladies number 3, Tully O'Regan, Pymble Ladies number 4, Amy Zhang, and PLC number 2, Isabel McLaughlin.
And I think they've held those positions. They're now, the first boats are now in the purples, just approaching the pink boys, the last 100 red boys, the last 100 metres. Pretty certain they're holding the same positions as they were, which is Chloe Alsop from Loreto Kirribilli 3 in front.
Yes, and she's currently rating at 29 strokes per minute, followed by Loreto Kirribilli number 3, Chloe Alsop, who's rowing at a rate of 27.5 strokes per minute. And then coming up in third place will be Pymble Ladies number 3, Tully O'Regan, and she's stroking at 34 strokes a minute. And then lane number 5 crosses in fourth place, which is St Catherine's number 2, Chelsea Baker, and then coming in fifth place is Pymble Ladies number 4, Amy Zhang. PLC Sydney number 2, Isabel McLaughlin, has just crossed the line. And the unofficial time is 4 minutes and 40 seconds for the 1,000 metre mark, which is just a little slower by 5 seconds from the Division 1 of the Schoolgirls Year 8 Single Sculls. So we've now got race 8 underway, which is the Schoolgirl Year 10 8s, and they've started at the 1,000 metre mark, and we have St Catherine's in lane 3, Roseville in lane 4, Queenwood number 1 in lane 5, PLC Sydney in lane 6, and Queenwood number 2 in lane 7. So the girls have started off, and in the St Catherine's boat is Charlotte Skeffington, Cameron Faturis, Sienna Morgan, Missy Callaghan, Madeline Griffiths, Erin Cara, Lara Webber, Jade Bliss, coxed by Charlotte Wadds, coached by Jared Watson, Dermot O'Driscoll and Crystal Piper. Lane 4, Roseville, Charlie Griebel, Eloise Baird, Trinity Hoffman, Ava Kassar, Alice Bennett, Caitlin Coleman, Sienna Meany, Hannah Alexandra, coxed by Lauren Noble and coached by my old friend Gonzalo Briones. G'day Gonzalo, hope you're having a good day today. In lane 5 is Queenwood number 1, Olivia Sev, Madison Priella, Grace Anderson, Emerson Stock, Chloe Driver, Sienna Williams, Abby McClellan, Heidi Boyle and Alicia Midas. and I would say they would be coached by Kieran Glynn. So we're just heading up towards the 500 metre mark. We have PLC Sydney in first place, and they are followed by, can't quite see it with the glare on the water. No time was taken at the 500 metre mark for the girls going through that position.
As you would expect with an eights race, it's a lot tighter than the singles and the doubles that we've been watching. And we've got 5 in here, and from where we're sitting in the commentary box, they're reasonably close. 1 has dropped back. It could be PLC Sydney has dropped back a little.
And the PLC Sydney boat has Ashley Horsburgh, Jennifer Choi, Sarah Bebbington, Victoria Mortensen, Charlotte Cameron, Aaliyah Steele, Alex Reid, Queenie, Bailey Winton Murray, Isabel Craig is the coxswain, coached by Annie Archie, Carolyn Wong and Beck Harrison. Hey Beck, how you going? And Queenwood number 2, which is in lane 7 and looks to be either in the lead or challenging for the lead with Queenwood number 1, is Naomi Pearce, Sienna Fraser, Valente Socratus, Chloe Minnett, Maya Billington, Chloe Brunker, Emily Tickle, Phoebe Campbell and Cox by Ain Hones. And forgive us for not being able to pronounce some of the names correctly. I'm sure you will.
I think this is Roseville and Queenwood battling it out for first place. That's Queenwood 2 and Roseville, with Queenwood 1 right up there in the mix, and St Catherine's doing a pretty good job, and I think it's PLC Sydney who have dropped back just a little.
And as they came through the 1,000 metre mark, it was Roseville in front of Queenwood number 1, followed in third place by Queenwood number 2, St Catherine's, and then PLC Sydney. But the girls are now coming up to the Red Boys, and the Roseville crew is currently rating at 30.5 strokes per minute. And in lane 7 would be the Queenwood number 2 crew, rating at 32.5 strokes per minute. And in lane...
Okay, that's Roseville comfortably in front. They're a good boat length and a bit in front. They're just crossing the line now. Followed by the Queenwood 2 crew in lane 7. Followed by the Queenwood 1 in 5. St Catherine's. And PLC Sydney just coming into the Red Boys now. They've got a good 10, 12 strokes to go.
Rating 32.5.
They look very tidy.
They do.
But this, of course, is year 10. They're really only just into their eights racing. It's a big jump. And there they cross the line now, PLC Sydney. Looking very tidy indeed. Looking a bit tired, but tidy.
So we're waiting now for the start of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. And we are here at the Loreto Normanhurst Regatta, and it's interesting to note that Loreto was the first school in New South Wales to include rowing in its sports program, which started in 1988 with Michael Rowan, a parent at Loreto and coaching at St Joseph's. Was approached by a group of the girls who wanted to try rowing. In that first year, the girls rowed in a borrowed boat out of UTS Haberfield, and the following year they were given permission to train at St Joseph's College under the guidance of Michael, Ken McRae and Graham Miller. And we have...
So we've got 6 starters in this race. In lane 2, Sydney Girls, 3, Roseville, 4, PLC Sydney, 5, Kinross Walleroy, 6, Pymble Ladies, and 7, Loreto Normanhurst. They're just approaching the start line. This is the 1,000 metre mark, so it's not a hell start. This is always tricky for young crews to get a good line, and the starters will be usually very patient with them. And
they're off.
They're off. Nice start. Yep.
So the coaches are doing a great job with these girls. To see them in year 9 being able to get away from a start like that is just a testament to the calibre of the coaching these kids are getting. And in lane 1, we have Sydney girls being Karen Trong, Mina Mishiyamaha, Charlotte Steele, Maya Grosser, with Sarah Lynn as the cox, coached by Deborah Prospero and Luke Strait. Lane 3 is Roseville with Sophie Hurl, Phoebe Herdman, Matilde Baird, Caitlin Pearce, coxed by Lauren Hanna and coached by Georgie McArdle. Lane 4, PLC Sydney, Alexandra Sinden West, Alicia Tamaris, Grace Hannon, Miranda Zobo, coxed by Isla Court and coached by Gavin Ellis and Felix Dew. Kinross Rollerboy, and welcome down to Sydney from beautiful Orange in the Central West, Tessa Lawson, Hannah Mackay, Tara McCormick, Phoebe Neville, coxed by Zoe Bird and coached by Alexandra Cropley and Olivia Jackson. In lane 6, is Pimble Ladies with Abigail Barfield, Harriet McLean, Mia Booth, Megan Wood, Madeline Lawson coxing and coached by Ben Booker. And in lane 7 is Loreto Normanhurst, Sophie Critchlow, Sophia Hobart, Edith Rogers, Jessica Lennon, Genevieve Bolster is a cox, coached by my old friend Linda Reid, who's doing a great job with these girls. And they're just coming up to gone through the 500 metre mark with Pimble Ladies College in first place in a time of 1 minute and 51 seconds. Then followed by PLC Sydney, some 4 seconds behind. Then in third place was Kinross Rolleroy. Fourth place was Roseville. Fifth place, Loreto Normanhurst. And these girls are all very close in a line for the first 3 places, wouldn't you say, Sue?
I think so. As they crossed the 500 metre mark, Pimble Ladies College was only just shy of 4 seconds in front, which in this racing is not a huge start. They're still out in front, and they've probably increased their lead, I think.
And they're rating at 34 at the moment.
And very tidy. I see no water coming up. It's looking neat and very controlled from that leading Pimble Ladies College crew. My guess is that PLC Sydney is next and Kinross Walleroy in third place.
So Kinross currently rating at 32 compared to the leaders at Pimble Ladies, still rating at 33.5.
Okay, Pimble Ladies are comfortably in the lead. They've got clear water between them and the next race. There's a big battle going on for second between Kinross and PLC, followed by Roseville, followed by Loreto. That's it.
Very close race for second between lanes 4 and 5.
Okay, Roseville have pulled in front now.
They have.
And there's third for Kinross. Fourth is going to be, they're crossing now. Roseville, sorry, did I say Roseville before? Let me get that right for you, ladies and gentlemen. Pimble Ladies first, PLC Sydney second, Kinross Walleroy third, Roseville fourth, and Loreto Normanhurst fifth. I'm sorry, it's still quite difficult to see the colours from the commentary box.
And we have another race on the course at the moment, which is the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Division 2.
It's another 1,000 metre race, and they're already on their way. They've covered, I would say, 250 metres already.
So for those of you who are not familiar with the course, Lane 1 is on the far side opposite the grandstand, and lane 9 is the lane closest to the grandstand. And in lane 2, and it's great to see some of our country schools coming down for these regattas, Kinross Rolleroy and our nation's capital, Canberra Girls Grammar, coming along. And we've got in lane 2, Canberra Girls Grammar with Olivia Crawford, Paris Satsius, Isabel Warzik, Samantha Burns, Hannah Knight is the Cox, coached by Sam Duckworth and Campbell Moore. In lane 3 is St Catherine's with Madeline Swain, Jade Leslie, Liela Gaston, Madeline Mannins. Jasmine Abella is the Cox, coached by Dermot O'Driscoll and Richard Coakley. And they've just come through the 500 metre mark with Radford College in front in a time of 1 minute and 51 seconds, followed by Loreto Kirribilli in 30 seconds behind them. 30 seconds.
Half a second.
Half a second behind them. Third is St Catherine's, followed by Queenwood. Then fifth is Tara School, and then in sixth place, coming through the 500, is Canberra Girls Grammar. In the Queenwood crew, in the Loreto Kirribilli crew in lane 4 is Freya Bateman, Alexandra Whitson, Amelia Reichel, Heidi Haynes, Monica Dunson's the Cox, coached by Ben Sullivan. Tara is in lane 5 with Charlotte Oitmar, Mackenzie Knott, Krishna Panika, Caitlin Irving, Cox by Arushi Shailen, coached by Graham Gardner, Robin Mackney and Kate. And there's some brilliant names there as coaches for Graham Gardner and Robin Mackney, both very well known. They're coming into the last couple of hundred metres. Queenwood's in the bow seat is Brooke Cuttons, Florence Hemming, Annie Sevi, Addison Rolls, Cox by Anouk Fevre, coached by Ray Boyle.
And as they come down, they're in the reds, and it looks to me as though Loreto Kirribilli has stolen a march on Radford. It's very close. They've got about 4 or 5 more strokes to go. 35 their rating. Wow. And they did it. Yes, that was Loreto Kirribilli, followed closely by Radford.
And in the Radford College crew in lane 7 is Eliza Lilly.
And that was St Catherine's and Queenwood in 3rd and 4th place. And here we go. Canberra Girls Grammar and Tara School in 5th and 6th. So they came down across the line in pairs. That was an excellent race, wasn't it?
It was a great race. And just completing the lineup for the Radford College girls there in lane 7, who came in 2nd place, is Eliza Lilly, Siobhan Hall, Sophie Epsland, Mia Cluth. Ava Warden was a Cox, coached by Mackenzie Francis Brown. And we're lining up now for the next race.
The Division 2 of that race, Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. Again, it's a 1,000 metre, and they're floating around. They haven't left the starter yet, I don't think. I think they're still lining up. We have 6 St Catherine's in 2, Kinross Rolleroy in 3, Queenwood in 4, Sydney Girls in 5, Pymble Ladies in 6, and Loreto Normanhurst in 7. Now, while we're waiting for the start, in St Catherine's, Poppy Hartley, Meg O'Connor, Victoria Fung, Lily Clark-Yago, and Isabel Kilcross as the Cox, coach Crystal Piper. The Kinross Rolleroy girls, Elkie Sweetapple, Sophie Smith, Jemima McLeod, Neve Johnson, and Amelia Hill Cox, coaches Alexander Cropley and Olivia Jackson. They're just moving up. They're still pulling up the last ones. The Queenwood crew, Penelope Yin, Zoe James, Lola Hare, Matilda Townsend, Eleni Pagidis is the Cox, and the coach is Kieran Glynn. The girls are sitting and they're off. A good even start with Queenwood, I think, pulling slightly ahead in those first 5 strokes. Ah, yes. In fact, that was Queenwood and Pymble Ladies College, both with a nice, clean start. Being chased by Loreto Normanhurst. Very hard to tell at this moment who's in front. In fact, it could even be Loreto Normanhurst in front. We're looking at a screen and it doesn't give all the crews, and nor does it give us a very straight line across the boys. So a little hard to tell, but I think it might even be Loreto Normanhurst or Pymble Ladies in front. Yes, now we've got the whole screen. That's good. Again, nice and tidy. No water splashing up.
So this Loreto Normanhurst Regatta, the girls are just coming up now to the 500 metre mark, but we'd like to say thank you for Loreto Normanhurst for putting this fabulous show on today. Their principal is Miss Marina Ugnotti. Deputy Principal is Mrs. Lynn Long. The Dean of Extracurricular Activities is Mrs. Beth Nahn. Head of Sport is Mr. Matt Moroney. The Director of Boarding is Mrs. Kate Kovacs. Head of Rowing is Mr. Ian Edmonds. Captain of Boats is Miss Bryn Barr, whose father is also has a lot to do with the rowing program here at Loreto Normanhurst. And the Vice Captain of Boats is Miss Maya Jones. And it takes a lot of organisation. We've just gone through the 500 metre mark. So in front is lane 2 is St Catherine's in a time of 1 minute and 54 seconds, followed by Queenwood in lane 4, another 4 seconds behind them. In third place going through the 500 metre mark was Pymble Ladies College. In fourth place in lane 3 is Kinross Walleroy. And in fifth place, Loreto Normanhurst. And then followed in sixth place by Sydney Girls. And the girls in front at St Catherine's are currently rating at 30 strokes per minute. And the girls in the second place in Queenwood out in lane 4 are rating slightly lower at rate of 32. And then in lane 6 we have Pymble Ladies, and they're currently rating at 31 strokes per minute.
As they passed the 500 metre marks, there was only 4 seconds between first, second and third. So it's still very tight between St Catherine's, Queenwood and Pymble Ladies College. They're in the purple boys now, and the leading 3 boats are just approaching the red boys with 1,000 metres to go. From where we're standing, I couldn't possibly call it. It looks possibly it's the boat out in the Queenwood boat out in front, but whoa, it's tight. Yes, I would think probably the Queenwood boat in front,
currently
in
rating
lane
at
2,
32,
and the Pymble Ladies College in 6. I think are the first and second. They're coming up beside the commentary box now, and yes, it's wow. This is very close, but Queenwood have got it.
No, St Catherine's.
So sorry, St Catherine's have got it, and Pymble Ladies College second, Queenwood third. Then a good deal of water between those first 3. Fourth, a Kinross Walleroy.
And we have another race on the course at the moment. They've started from the 1,000 metre mark.
And the Loreto Normanhurst crew crossing the line in 5th place. And now
One crew still to finish in the Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls Division 2. And they're just coming up to the line now in lane 5, being Sydney Girls. And the next race that's on the course at the moment is the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. And in lane 2 we have Radford College, lane 3 Tara School, lane 4 Loreto Kirribilli, lane 5 Canberra Girls Grammar, lane 6 PLC Sydney, and lane 7 which is Roseville College. And again, some very famous rowing names there. Graham Gardner and Robin Mackney with the Tara School, and one of my kids I coached, Freddie Gibbs. She's currently coaching at Loreto Kirribilli, and she's got the girls in lane 4. And she's done a great job with those girls as well. So as we come through the 500 metre mark, it's Loreto Kirribilli in front in a 1 minute and 53 seconds, followed by Canberra Girls Grammar, just less than a second and a half behind. Third was Radford College. Fourth was PLC Sydney. Fifth is Roseville College, and sixth is the Tara School. And the girls in lane 4, which is Loreto Kirribilli, out in front, currently rating at 34 strokes per minute. And the girls beside them in lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar, currently rating at 33.5 strokes per minute. And then looking at third place, possibly in lane 2.
6, do you think, or 2?
Well,
2 and 6 are pretty close together.
So lane 2, Radford College, currently rating 32, and lane 6, which is PLC Sydney, currently rating at 32.5 strokes per minute. Is that coming to the Red Boys?
Loreto Kirribilli, as they come into the Red Boys, Loreto Kirribilli comfortably ahead, followed by Canberra Girls Grammar, and then almost certainly Radford College third. PLC Sydney seem to have slowed down a little. They were, although they're nice and tidy and together.
So crossing the line now is Loreto Kirribilli, coached by Freddie Gibbs. They were rating 32 at the finish.
Canberra Girls Grammar second across the line, Radford College third across the line. PLC Sydney fourth across.
Tight race here for the 5th and 6th.
5th and 6th sitting on top of each other. Tara School, then Roseville. Less than half a second between, just over half a second between the two of them. And those girls look tired. Year 9, they're young, 1,000 metres, and I'll bet they wasted a bit of nervous energy too.
So next race is already on the course. This is the Schoolgirl Division 1. Sorry, what have we got? Schoolgirl Year 9, Cox Quad, Skull Division 1?
Division 3, Division 1.
3, sorry.
It's a little complex because you have divisions within divisions. So this is the Schoolgirl Year 9, Cox Quad Skull, Division 3, Division 1.
Race 13.
And there will be 2 divisions of this Division 3.
So the starters are doing a great job of getting these races off and underway, considering it's going to be a very hot day today. Make sure you've got plenty of hydration, slip, slop, slap, and stay out of the sun. We're coming up to the 500 metre mark. And in this division, we've got Loreto Normanhurst in lane 2, Radford College lane 3, MLC School in lane 4, Pymble Ladies lane 5, PLC Sydney lane 6, and Queenwood in lane 7. And as we go through the 500 metre mark, just coming up to it now, we have in the lead Pymble Ladies rating at 31 strokes per minute, followed by Queenwood, some 3.5 seconds behind. Then Radford College, Loreto Normanhurst, MLC School, PLC Sydney in 6th place.
That's it, 6 of them.
So Pymble Ladies College currently in front, still rating at around about 30 strokes per minute. And they're being challenged in lane 7 by Queenwood.
This race is a bit more scattered than the others have been. We've got 2 out in front, 3 sitting pretty much running for second, well, it'll be third place, and 1 boat has fallen back a little. I think we are looking at 5 Pymble Ladies, And 7 out in front. 5 has Georgie Purcell, Sky Pockley, Sophia Lafsidis, Kate Thorpe, Caitlin Cho is the Cox. Coach Hannah Westhuizen, have I got your name right, Hannah? And Queenwood boat is Zara Bond, Elizabeth Wolfe, Emma Gulbin, Yuxi Ren, Emily Adams is the Cox. Those 2 boats are out in front, and I would think that it's Pymble Ladies College in front with Queenwood second, but it's certainly there's not a lot in it.
Both crews rating at 31.5 as they're coming up to the finish line. And in
This
lane
is looking, they're both in the reds. They've got about 7 or 8 strokes to go. I think it is still Pymble in front. No, oh.
This is going to be very close.
I'm holding my
finish.
breath. You heard that, 1 beep for 2 boats.
I think
I
Queenwood just got there
Yep,
over
I
Pymble
think
Ladies.
Queenwood got it.
And then coming into 3rd place, we have the
Rad-
MLC school. 4th in lane is Radford College in lane 3, and then in lane 6 coming up in 5th place is PLC Sydney. And then the final place will be taken by the girls from Loreto Normanhurst. And we have another race already on the course. Well done starters, well done umpires and people organising the kids at the back of the course there. So this is Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 3, number 2. So in lane 2 we've got Kinross Walleroy, lane 4 Loreto Kirribilli, lane 5 St Catherine's, lane 6 Roseville, lane 7 Canberra Girls Grammar, and in the Kinross Walleroy boat we have Ava Peterson, Sarah Lawson, Molly McCartan, Sophie Woods, Taylor Hobbs is the Cox, coached by Alexander Cropley and Olivia Jackson. Loreto Kirribilli in the bow seat is Chloe Cameron, 2-seat Annabelle Ross, 3-seat Zoe Ryan, 4 is Eliza Wilson, coxed by Sophie Wagner and coached by Sophie DeAngelis. St Catherine's is Annabelle Crabb, Bianca Rupnik, Williams, Emma Hartwig and Ruby Smith's in the stroke seat, coxed by Mira Aurora and coached by Abby Gibbs. Just gone through the 500 metre mark. In the lead is Kinross Walleroy in a time of 1 minute 57 seconds, followed by Loreto Kirribilli some 4 seconds behind. Then St Catherine's in 3rd place, 4th is Roseville and 5th is Canberra Girls Grammar. And in the Roseville crew we have in the bow seat Abigail Kelly, Grace Butler, Claudia Berger in the 3-seat, Scarlett Marleys in the stroke seat with Amelia Wiseman coxing them and coached by Charlotte McBrayer. And in Canberra Girls Grammar we've got Reshmi Senyaki, Kamisha Dejiwa, Zoe Theodorus, Erin Wyatt, Athena Satsius is a cox, coached by Sam Duckworth and Campbell Moore. And they're just coming up with 250 metres to go in the race.
And as they passed the 500 metre mark, there wasn't much separating them, and there's still not much separating them. I would say that the crew, the Kinross Walleroy crew in lane 3 probably has the edge. In fact, it probably goes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And Kinross currently rating 35 strokes per minute. Followed by Loreto Kirribilli rating at 36. And then St Catherine's in lane 5. They're rating 34. So these girls are really getting stuck into this.
It's a testament to their training that they can maintain 35. They're only year 9s. 35 is a pretty good rating, and they've got 1,000 metres to do it over. And they look tidy and neat. This is what you're looking for. This control rowing. They're in the reds. Their leading boat, which is Kinross Walleroy, only has another 3 or 4 strokes to go. They have clear water. That's Kinross Walleroy. – 2nd, Loreto Kirribilli, only 4 seconds behind. Third, St Catherine's, another 4 seconds. Fourth, Roseville, 5 seconds behind, nearly 6. And the last one, Canberra Girls Grammar. And that's that one finished.
And
that was very good.
The next race is already underway, 1,000 metres, race 15, schoolgirl year 9, Cox Quad Skull, Division 4. In lane 2, we have St Catherine's, lane 3, Loreto Kirribilli, lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar, lane 5, Roseville College, lane 6, Pymble Ladies, and lane 7, Queenwood. And we're just about to come up to the 1,000 metre mark by the look of it. Sorry, the 500 metre mark, my apologies.
It's interesting that although these races are only 4 or 5 minutes apart, the starters are doing a fantastic job of getting them away. We're running probably a few minutes early, which is good. As you know, we're allowed to, the starters are allowed to start them early if everyone's there and no one has any objection to starting.
And as we've gone through the 500 metre mark in this race 15, we have Loreto Kirribilli in first place, going through the 500 metre mark in 1 minute and 59 seconds, followed by Queenwood, a further 1 second behind. Then in third place, Pymble Ladies College, some 3 seconds behind Queenwood. Then fourth is St Catherine's, and fifth is Canberra Girls Grammar. And then in sixth place is Roseville College, who've just dropped back a little bit. They're about 12 seconds behind the fifth place Canberra Girls Grammar. But out in front, we have the Loreto Kirribilli crew
of Abigail Donoghue, Zoe Fallon, Beatrix Farley, Amelia Zammett, Brianna Destro as the cox, and the coach is Adelaide Guinness.
And they're currently rating at 30 strokes per minute. But they're being challenged over on this side.
Very much so.
By lane 7,
Queenwood. And Queenwood is Zara Van Hamburg, Chloe Duretta, Lucy Holloway, Yuxi Ren, and Angela Han is the cox.
And they're currently rating at 33.5 strokes per minute.
With Pymble Ladies in third place, that is Arabella Smithyman, Isabel, Matsu Santos, Sally Cooper, Fifi Hazelwood-Lee, and Carolina Yemmer is the cox, coach Emma Stanley. Those 3 boats have a commanding lead over this. The other 3 boats are a good deal. There's clear water between third and fourth. They're in the reds. And Loreto Kirribilli is still comfortably in front.
Rating 32.
Crossing the line now. That's good. Second.
A little hiccup there in the
Queenwood
boat.
Queenwood 5 seconds behind, and Pymble Ladies 4 seconds after that. Now the remaining 3 boats are spread out across the field. St Catherine's just crossed in 4th place. And there seems to be a problem in the last boat where we've got someone, I think, not rowing or just rowing out of time. No, they're all back together again. That's good. Fifth place just coming up now. That is Canberra Girls Grammar, 24 seconds behind their boat in front of them. And the last boat is got about another 5 or 6 strokes to go. They lost their rhythm back there, but they're back together again, looking pretty good. Just crossing the line now. That was Roseville, 21 seconds. Excellent.
And the next race is already underway, which is the Year 9 Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull Division 5. Pardon me, race 16.
First division.
And first division, and we've got in lane 2 Queenwood, lane 3 Pymble Ladies number 1, lane 4 Roseville, lane 5 St Catherine's number 5, lane 6 Loreto Kirribilli number 6, and lane 7 Radford College number 1.
And Radford College is another of the schools, I believe, who's come from the ACT. Nice to see these schools travelling such long distances. Right, they're coming down. I'll give you some of the crews here. Queenwood, Amelia Hawley, Scarlett Stapleton, Maddie Madeline Cheaton, Ella Smith and Melanie Lamb as the cocks. Pimble Ladies 1, Cameron Collett, Dimity Muller, Stella Simons, Ava Luxford, Isabel Francis as the cocks, and the coach is Eliza Entwistle. In the Roseville crew, Grace Thompson, Nia Morgan, Emin Utteridge, Lauren Hammer, Matilda Marchant as the cocks, and the coach is Tanner Blessington. In the St Catherine's 5 crew, Kimmy Billman, Teresa Lee, Jessie Miller, Ada Lloyd, Gina Kimpton as the cocks, and the coach is Dermot O'Driscoll. In the Loreto Kirribilli crew, they're just crossing the 500. I'll come back to the crew members. In race 16, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Skull Division 5, Division 1. Radford College in front, across the 500 metre mark in front. Second was Loreto Kirribilli, 10 seconds behind. Pimble Ladies 1, very close behind Loreto. Fourth, St Catherine's. They were 12 seconds behind, so a bit of a gap. And the last two still to cross that 500 metre mark. In the Loreto Kirribilli crew, Ava Charles, Annalise Radicak, Arabella Hugh, Sue, Kate Whitson, Hannah Duffy as the cocks, and the coach is Benjamin Sullivan. And the Radford College crews, Sophie Fremantle, Zara Turner, Miller Sullivan, Charlotte Joyce, Hannah Sampson as the cocks, and the coaches are Stuart Sampson and Julia Cronin. Now as they come down,
About 250 metres to row. The Radford College crew is in front, rating at 30 and a half, and they're followed in second place by the crew in lane 6, which is Loreto Kirribilli, and they're currently rating at 30 and a half. But the Radford College crew seems to have a 2-length lead over Loreto Kirribilli, and then in third place we have in lane 3.
I think that's 3. It's a bit hard to tell because 1, 2 and 3 are very spread out. And I think 2 might have crossed a lane that...
So crossing the line right now is lane number 7, Radford College, and they've got a 3-length lead over the girls in Loreto Kirribilli number 6 in lane 6, and they seem to have lost their bow number. And then coming in third in lane 3 is Pimble Ladies.
Probably just entering the red doors. A bit of a chat, bit of a problem going on in Roseville, right? I'm not certain. Number 2 person is wrong.
No, the number 2 girl has stopped
Roseville's
running.
doing a fabulous job with 3 of them, pulling 4 of them down the course, and they're still
In front of
in front of they won't finish at the end, they'll stand last. Well done, Roseville. Last crew to cross the line in that race. I was telling us those were Queenwood and Roseville, but that's not the way I saw it. We'll have to wait for the official result. But it's the official results are giving that as Radford College, Loreto Kirribilli 6, Pimble Ladies 1, St Catherine's 5, Queenwood
Okay, now race 17's underway. The schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Division 5 in Division 2, 1,000 metres. And the crews we have in lane 3 are St Catherine's 6 with Kate Darling, Tilda Dunn, Amelia Hoskin, Aisha Causley, Anna Dimopoulos is the Cox, coached by Abby Gibbs. Lane 4, Pimble Ladies number 2 with Deanna Attinga, Esther Essie, Grace Longstaff, Bella Heon, coxed by Annabelle Taylor. Lane 5, Loreto Kirribilli number 1 with Abigail Porter, Eve O'Brien, Bronte Hourigan, Sophie McLaughlin. Eva Clugston is the Cox, coached by Lara Wainwright. Lane 6 is Canberra Girls Grammar with Eddie Matheson Hull. Willow Curlis is in the 2-seat. Elle McIntosh is in the 3-seat, and Mira Nevington. Navaratam is the stroke, coxed by Jemima Farmer and coached by Mi Ling, Megan Chen, Alora Kelly and Ella Smithhurst. And lane 7 we have Radford College number 2, Talia Hunt, Thea Reinhardt, Astrid Kenner, Joanna Dixon, and Anne Gupta is the Cox, coached by Stuart Sampson and Julia Cronin. And we're coming up to the 500 metre mark.
So it remains a beautiful day out here. It's getting hotter outside, but it's still within the bounds of reasonableness. Fortunately for us in the commentary box, the shine is going off the water. We've got a slightly better chance of seeing what's happening down there. In this race, it would appear to be that the Loreto Kirribilli crew, yes, they've just crossed the 500 metre mark at 2:06, rating 33. St Catherine's next, 4 seconds behind them, 4.5 seconds behind them. This is as they go over the 500 metre mark. So Loreto first, Loreto Kirribilli 1 first, and St Catherine's second. Those two are comfortably out in front. Third, Canberra Girls Grammar, they're 17 seconds behind second. Radford College following Canberra Girls. Pimble Ladies in 5th place.
Yeah.
And that's it, that's 5 in the race.
Now there are 3 coaches there for the Canberra Girls Grammar quad, which is in lane 6. And one of them, Ella Smethurst, is a first-year alumni of Canberra Girls Grammar. She rode for 5 years at the school. She's currently studying nursing and paramedicine. And I believe she's an avid stamp collector. Well done, Ella. And as they're coming up to the last 250 metres of the race, we still have the crew from Loreto Kirribilli in front and still rating at 33.5. So very consistent.
And they are being chased by the St Catherine's crew, who are second to them at the 500 metre mark. Those two crews have got a commanding lead in this race. There's the two of them. St Catherine's doing 31 at the moment, so a little slower than the Loreto Kirribilli. Loreto Kirribilli are very tidy. They're all moving together, not too much splashing, good catches going on. They deserve that win. And they are at least a boat length in front.
Congratulations to their coach, Laura Wainwright. She's done a great job with these girls. Very neat and tidy, good timing.
Loreto Kirribilli crossing the line, 4 minutes, 17 seconds and 33.33. Second, St Catherine's, 10 seconds behind the first place getters. Now there's a bit of a gap for the next two, and then another gap for the fifth one. And these are year 9 girls, so for many of them this is probably their second. Some of them will even have joined rowing in this last year or so. And they're coxed boats. Canberra Girls Grammar in 3rd place, and 4th is just about to cross the line. It's lane 7,
Nice work, Bradford!
Radford College. And a
We still
bit
have
of a
one
bit of a
crew on
gap
the course.
to the last crew who had a mild shipwreck, I suspect. I didn't see anything that happened, but there seemed to be a bit of a pause, and now they're regaining themselves. Good, they're underway again.
That's Pimble Ladies number 2 in lane 4. Looks like a few little timing issues there in the boat as they're heading down towards the finish line.
Their coaches will tell them that timing is everything, and especially in a race, when you lose timing, it's quite difficult to get yourselves back together. You're all anxious to sort of start rowing again, and they tend to beginners start rowing in 1s and 2s rather than all 4. But these girls have got themselves back together and are crossing the line. Nice work, girls. Pimble Ladies 2. So that was the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 5 and the second division of that race. The next event is the schoolgirl para single scull recreational 500 metres, and that is underway. It has 2 entries, which is good to see. PLC Sydney in lane 4 is Amber Bradley. Her coaches are Sebastian Etheridge and Felix Dew. And in lane 5, Loreto Normanhurst, Madison Hines, and the coach is Linda Reid.
Now, Linda Reid has only recently joined Loreto Normanhurst. She was a great stalwart at Mossman Rowing Club with the junior program, and she had great success at Mossman and also at St Augustine's, the boys' school, which rose out of the Mossman Rowing Club shed on Pearl Bay. Linda was a great swimmer as a youngster. She came to the sport of rowing fairly late, but fell in love with it and has done a huge amount of work in relation to her qualifications. She's a level 3 coach, and she has done a great job in recruiting juniors for Mossman Rowing Club, and I can see she's been doing a great job here at Loreto Normanhurst. So, hello young Linda, I hope you're having a great day, and congratulations on what you've achieved out here so far. Well done. So at the moment we have Amber Bradley just in front in lane 4, and Maddie Hines is had a little bit of a wayward moment in relation to her lanes, but is now back in her lane and chasing Amber towards the finish line. And Amber is currently rating at 31.5 strokes per minute, and Maddie from Loreto Normanhurst is rating at 34. Nice long rowing from Amber. Good length out front.
That looks excellent from Amber, really good. Excellent length, she's staying in the water, she's got nice strong catches.
She's coming up with only a few strokes to go to the finish line. Still rating at 31.5, about to cross the finish line.
Wow.
Congratulations, Amber.
That was excellent. So Maddie is she's dropped her rating a good deal now. What's she doing now, Steve, do we think?
She's currently rating 29.
Yep. But again, nice long strokes.
And a lot of support out there for these two girls from their schools. It's a pity that the parents, due to the COVID plague we're suffering, aren't allowed to be here today. But there's lots of support from the schools, and particularly for these youngsters who are doing a great job in the single scull. Well done,
excellent,
Maddie.
Excellent.
So Maddie...
that was Amber. That was Amber crossing. And she's certainly not tired enough to have to take a break as soon as she crosses the line.
No.
She's still rowing strongly, that's good.
So Loreto Normanhurst came in first with Madison Hines, and they must have had a cross line because as they came down the course, lanes 4 and 5 seemed to be reversed. So the para was won by Loreto Normanhurst, Maddie Hines, coached by Linda Reid, and then PLC Sydney, Amber Bradley, coached by Sebastian Etheridge and Felix Dew. Well done, girls, and well done, coaches.
Okay, we're back to race 19. It's the first of the next lot of the 2,000 metre races. It's due to start in 1 minute's time. They haven't as yet. They're just, these at the 2,000 metre, they're all held starts, so the girls are just moving into, they look to be all attached. Clearly they haven't called for the start because the girls are sitting, blades relaxed on the water. And this one is the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull Division 1, and there are 9 crews. Sydney girls in 1, 2 North Sydney girls, 3 MLC School 1, 4 Canberra Girls Grammar 1, 5 Pimple Ladies, 6 Radford College 1, 7 Kinross Wallaroi 1, 8 Roseville 1, and 9 Loreto Normanhurst. We'll read you the names as the race progresses.
So without the volunteers, none of these regattas go ahead, and it's wonderful to see so many volunteers out here today, and I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. It's very important, and in the 6:30 to 9 o'clock roster for the boat holders, we have in lane 1 Francesca Robinson, lane 2 boat holder up at the start is Mia Park, lane 3 Carmen Leung, lane 4 James O'Keefe, lane 5 Craig Walton, lane 6 is Richard Powell, lane 7 is Margaret Powell, lane 8 is Michael Drake, and lane 9 is Leonard Simon. So thank you very much. Most of your parents, I would imagine, and it's very important that you have come out and supported your girls racing today, and lovely to see you all up there, some of you with your first attempt at boat holding.
There's a photo op going on the dais at the moment. I think it must be the Roseville Schoolgirl Year 10 8 that won their race. I'm doing that from memory because it looks like the Roseville colours. Again, I'm looking into the sun and they're having a photo taken. I don't think there's an official medal presentation being done. I think they're just taking the opportunity to stand on the dais and enjoy their moment of glory. Right, the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull, the 2,000 metre, they're off now. Whoops.
It's been an issue in lane 9, Loreto Normanhurst. Just missed a stroke.
But they've regathered themselves, but they've now got to pick up a little bit of ground. And they're off and everything looks pretty tidy and controlled now.
So Sydney girls in lane 1 we have Ananya Hari, Josephine Lim, Alexandra Alefithru, Zara Greenwood, Cox by Anya Tyson, coached by Matteo Villani and Timothy Hughes. North Sydney girls, great to see you girls back in racing. In lane 2, Sophia Lee, Elizabeth Sutherland, Laura Halliday, Sonia Freeberg, coached by Tonya Zeng Halase, coached by Philip Brown. MLC number 1 is Sarah Kavolf, Jasmine Fitch, Layla Hare, Inez Kritzler, Azura Zapacosta is the Cox, coached by my great friend Kathleen Hextall and Ashley Booking. And I had the pleasure of coaching Kathleen, who's a great supporter of MLC and also the Drummoyne Rowing Club, in 2011 at the where she represented in the squad the New South Wales quad, which won the gold medal at the Interstate Masters Regatta in Lake Barrington in Tasmania. And the girls are now just coming up towards the 500 metre mark in race 19.
18. 19, I beg your pardon, Steve.
And as we go through the 500 metre mark, it's Kinross Rolleroy in 1 minute and 46 seconds, followed by Radford College number 1, some 7 seconds behind. Then Canberra Girls Grammar in number 3 place. 4th is MLC School number 1. 5th is Sydney Girls. 6 is Pymble Ladies College. 7 is Roseville number 1. 8th is North Sydney Girls. And 9th is Loreto Normanhurst. So the Canberra Girls Grammar School is Alex Perry Dalton, Caitlin Natley, Claudia Bridgewater, Abby Davis, coached by Caitlin Water and coached by Vance Khan and also Eloise Lambden. Pymble Ladies, Anna Mumford, Eloise Wilson, Aisha Lakani, Grace Carey, Arabella Ibbotson is the cox, coached by William Newman. Radford College number 1 is Zoe McIntosh, Ellen Mihailovic, Hannah Hardy, Nikita Crabb, Aislinn O'Neill is the cox, coached by Sam Durnell and Maggie Noonan. Kinross Walleroy, Annabelle Woods, Hannah Richardson, Isabella Scammell, Freya Neville, Georgia Robinson is the cox, coached by Andrew Gannon and Alexander Cropley. Roseville number 1 is Abby Cox, Samantha Reeves, Adelaide French, Isabella Ryan, Lucy Thompson is the cox, coached by Brianna Monk. And Loreto Normanhurst, we've got Bridget Whitwater, Charlotte O'Keefe in the 2 seat, Laura Woods in 3, stroked by Elizabeth Attia. Emma Flattery is the cox and the coach is William Beedham. And they've just gone through the 1,000 metre mark with Kinross Rolleroy leading in a time of 3 minutes and 37 seconds. And they've got a good lead over Radford College number 1, some 13 seconds behind.
Then Canberra Girls Grammar, 4 seconds after that in 3rd place. 4th place MLC School with 4 seconds behind. 5th Pymble Ladies. 6th Roseville. 7th Sydney Girls. And the last couple still to cross that 1,000 metre mark. 8th North Sydney Girls. As you would expect, the field is spread out a bit. When they crossed the 500 metre mark, there was probably only 10 seconds between a lot of them. Now we've got a broader spread. Kinross Walleroy was 13 seconds in front, which at the halfway mark is a pretty good lead, if they can just maintain that. But so first and second look as though they might be in those two places still. But 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th are very much bunched up together.
And the Canberra Girls Grammar crew is coached by Vance Khan and Eloise Lambden. Now, Eloise, she moved to London when she was 2 years of age, and she learnt to row in London. She coached both in London and in Vermont in the US. She had an internship in the US, and this is her first trip to Penrith. And since February, she's been at ANU studying biology. And she's got, along with Vance, the Canberra Girls Grammar School as a coach in this. And they've just gone through the 1,500 metre mark. Again, Kinross Walleroy well out in front, gone through the 1,500 metres in a time of 5 minutes and 29 seconds. And they've got a good lead, and they're currently rating at 30 strokes per minute.
Second is Radford College. Kinross Walleroy have a 22-second lead over Radford College at the 1,500 metre. 3rd was Canberra Girls Grammar. 4th, MLC School, 1. Those 3 boats are relatively close together, only a few seconds between them. Then Pymble Ladies, Roseville College. This is as they pass the 1,500 metre mark. Sydney Girls. Still 2 to go. North Sydney Girls. As you can see, these last few boats are a bit spread out. Kinross Walleroy are comfortably ahead. They've increased their lead the whole way down.
They're rowing beautifully. They're well into the red buoys now. They're currently rating 29.
And they've got a long, long gap between them and second.
Yep, rowing very comfortably as you would that far in front. And lots of good leg drive there from the girls. Their timing is very good, particularly for looking at the length that they're getting, and they're a long way ahead of the Radford College girls, who are rating 32 and in second place, and Kinross Walleroy crosses the line in a time of 7 minutes and 21 seconds, which is a very good time for 2,000 metres in lane 7.
And you can see how much time there is. The next crew are really only halfway down the reds at the moment. They've probably got another 5 or 6 strokes to go.
So it's a very good result for Andrew Gannon and Alexandra Copley, who their coaches.
Here's
Done
the
a great
second
job with
crew.
girls.
That's Radford College crossing in second, 29 seconds behind Kinross Walleroy. Third, Canberra Girls Grammar. Fourth, MLC School 1. Another gap. Fifth, Pymble Ladies. Sixth, very close behind, Roseville. And 3 to go. And these 3 are spread out. 7th, Sydney Girls. 8th, and just about to cross the line. North Sydney Girls in 8th place. And in 9th place, the Loreto Normanhurst crew. They're another 3 or 4 strokes to go. And that's them across the line.
And race 20 is also a 2,000 metre race, and that's already on the course.
That's
And
Division 2 of the same race, the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull.
Yep, and race 20 in first place going through the 1,000 metre mark was the Kinross Walleroy number 2 crew in lane 4 in a time of 3 minutes and 50 seconds, followed by Radford College, a further 4 seconds behind them. In third place was MLC number 2, fourth place was Roseville number 2, and fifth place was Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 3.
In that Kinross Walleroy crew that's leading, Georgia Sweetapple, Sally Carter, Ella Kirby, Liv Fredrickson, Lucinda McCartan, the Cox, and coaches Alexander Cropley and Andrew Gannon. And the Radford College crew, which was second at the halfway mark, Olivia Hickey, Molly Lilly, Cara Martin, Kiara Shaw, Mackenzie Jolly, the Cox, and coaches Vicky Spencer and Sam Donnell. By looking down the course, that they still seem to be holding those 2 leads. Kinross Walleroy in 4 and Radford in 6. It may be that Radford has pulled up a bit on Kinross Walleroy. Hard to tell from where we're standing, but...
Well, we've just gone through the 1,500
here
metre
we
mark,
go.
and in first place in lane 4 was Kinross Walleroy number 2.
Good.
In the time of 5 minutes and 50 seconds, followed by lane 6, Radford College from the ACT, and they were a further 5 seconds back from Kinross Walleroy. In third place is MLC School number 2, and then in fourth place was Roseville number 2.
And they appear to be holding those places as they approach the 1,500 mark. Sorry, that was the 1,500
That was
they
the
went through.
1,500
They
metres.
appear to be holding it. So 1,500, they're now into the purple boys, and they've got about another 5 or 6 strokes to go before the leading crews will come into the red boys.
And Kinross Walleroy is currently rating 31 strokes per minute, and followed by Radford College at 30 strokes per minute. So these girls are both having a very good battle over 2,000 metres.
Kinross Walleroy maintaining their lead, but Radford College pushing them along. There's probably a boat length between those 2, and then there's a good deal of space between 3rd and 4th, and then back a bit to 5th. 5 boats in this race. Kinross Walleroy, another 5 or 6 strokes to go, and they will cross the lead comfortably in front. That's them across. And in second place, Radford College. Nice finish.
Now, while we're waiting for this race to complete, the Division 3 race 21 is already on the course, and they've gone through the 500 metre mark. Lane 7 leading Radford College in a time of 1 minute and 56 seconds, followed in lane 6 by Kinross Walleroy, some 2 seconds behind them. Third is Canberra Girls Grammar, 5 seconds off the lead. Fourth is Radford College, and fifth was Canberra Girls Grammar number 4 in lane 3.
And the last 2 in race 20 have just crossed the line, and that was race 20 was Roseville and MLC. Oh, sorry. So race 20, Kinross Walleroy and Radford, as we told you. MLC School was 3rd, Roseville was 4th.
And the girls in race 21, the school girls Coxed Quad Scull Division 3 have now gone through the 1,000 metre mark, with Radford College from the ACT in lane 7 continuing to hold their lead at a time of 3 minutes and 58 seconds, followed by Kinross Walleroy in lane 6, Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 3, Radford College in lane 4, and Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 5.
And the Canberra Girls Grammar crew of race 20 have crossed the line. So that completes that race, and the next race is halfway down the course.
Now the girls in the Division 3 of the schoolgirls Cox Quad, Canberra Girls Grammar is Zoe McLaughlin, Grace Dimoff, Annabelle Barker, Cheryl Charles, coxed by Hannah Knight and coached by Lachlan Hurd. Radford College number 4 is Freya Kenner. In the 2-seat is Talia Foster Wright. 3-seat is Ellie McGlassis. Connie Gardner is the stroke. Ava Warden is the coxswain, coached by Maggie Noonan and Sam Donnell. Canberra Girls Grammar number 3, which is in lane 5, is Sophie Carey, Jacqueline Davis, Jazzy Hughes, Victoria Wheeler, with Scarlett Spong, the cox, coached by Lachlan Hurd. In lane 6 is Kinross Walleroy number 3, Emma Livingston, Audrey Gill, Claudia Sinclair, Ava McMillan, coxed by Kaylin Mackay, coached by Alexandra Cropley and Andrew Gannon. And in lane 7 is Radford College number 3, Erica Dwight, Claudia Kendall, Jessica Schroeder, Olivia Homebush, and coxswain is Nicola Allenby, and they've just gone through the 1,500 metre mark, with lane 7 Radford College number 3 in the lead in a time of 6 minutes and 1 second, and then 8 seconds behind them in lane 6 is Kinross Walleroy number 3, and then a further 10 seconds back, or 18 seconds off the lead boat, is lane 3 Canberra Girls Grammar. In 4th place is Radford College number 4, and in 5th place is Canberra Girls Grammar number 4. Coming up to 250 metres to go for the Radford College girls, and they're currently rating at 29 strokes per minute. It's a nice steady rating for these girls, but they do have a considerable lead.
They certainly don't have to hurry. They're comfortably in front, couple of boat lengths in front, and they've got that nice, relaxed, we are in front and we just have to work without panicking air about them. They look very good indeed. Kinross Walleroy coming up behind them, also tidy and a comfortable lead in front of Canberra Girls Grammar. It's not Canberra Girls Grammar anymore.
Well, the Kinross Walleroy girls are currently 1 stroke per minute higher than the Radford College girls. They're rating at 30, and Radford is at 29.
That is very excellent rowing that we're seeing as they go past us now.
Well done, girls, and well done to the girls from Radford College, who completed the 2,000 metres in a time of 8 minutes and 2 seconds. and they're going to be followed over the line in second place by Kinross Wallaroy, a further 11 seconds just behind them. So they've finished in 8 minutes and 12 seconds. And coming up in third place, we have the girls from Canberra Girls Grammar.
Mm-hmm.
Waiting for 5th and 6th. Bradford College number 4 and Canberra Girls Grammar number 3. And that completes race 21. And we have on the course, this is the schoolgirls
Second eight.
This is race 22.
This is another 2,000 metre race. They clearly got it away on time. There are 7 in this race. Starting from lane 2 and running across the course, Pimble Ladies, Loreto Kirribilli, Loreto Normanhurst, Canberra Girls Grammar, Queenwood 1, St Catherine's and Queenwood 2.
And they've just gone through the 1,000 metre mark, and in first place in a time of 3 minutes and 32 seconds is Canberra Girls Grammar, followed in second place by Queenwood number 1, some 3 seconds behind Canberra Girls. Third place is Pimble Ladies in a time of 3 minutes and 36 seconds. Fourth is Loreto Normanhurst. Fifth is Loreto Kirribilli. Sixth is Queenwood number 2, and in seventh place is St Catherine's.
And in that Canberra Girls Grammar crew that's leading, Savannah Van Geelen, Holly Irvine, Alexandra Maligan, Addie Kerr-Lewis, Amelia Farrell, Sophia Champion de Cresney, Abigail Merkel, Alice Collins, Georgia Gathercole is the cox, and the coach is Nigel Miller. They look to be still in front very easily. In the Queenwood 1 crew that passed the 1,000 metre mark, in second place there's Claire de Souza, Madeline Wheel, Isabel Sanderson, Brooke Lancaster, Heidi Boyd, Beth McLellan, Phoebe Campbell, Madeline Newman, and Michaela Cheetham is the cox. The coaches are Charlie Rose Iron and Max Stanistreet. It's still a reasonably tight crew. There's the people in the middle who are the Canberra Girls Grammar and Queenwood, and are still out in front.
Canberra Girls Grammar currently rating at 35 strokes per minute, and just ahead of Queenwood number 1 in rating at 34. And they've just gone through the 1,500 metre mark. And as they go through there, Canberra Girls Grammar still maintains its lead in a time of 5 minutes and 24 seconds. Queenwood number 1 further 3 seconds behind them in 5 minutes and 27 seconds. And then we've got third Pimble Ladies, fourth Loreto Normanhurst, and then we've got a small gap between the next crews who are coming across, and that would, I would imagine, in fifth place would be the Loreto Kirribilli crew, and then we have tight race between St Catherine's and Queenwood number 2, only less than a second between those two crews as they finish off the field in places 6 and 7.
And in that Pimble Ladies College crew that's running third, Polly Sargent, Sophie Dunn, Stephanie Wood, Isabella Kaleski, Madison Lister, Chloe Luxford, Tilly Morgan, Lucy Miller, Hallie D'Souza is the cox, and the coach is Kendall Brody.
And Kendall's had a remarkable career as a coxswain and a coach. She coached the men's 8 in Europe a couple of years ago, and I think she was the first female coxswain of a men's international crew from Australia. The lovely girl I had the delight of coaching with at Scots College for a couple of years, and well done in relation to the way these girls are rowing. Kendall, you're doing a great job with them.
Canberra Girls Grammar, they're in the reds and they're still leading, but they're being very much challenged by the Queenwood number 1 crew. And in third place, I think it's probably still Pimble Ladies, and fourth is Loreto Normanhurst. These four are dominating the race. But I'm pretty certain that Canberra Girls Grammar will cross. Yes, They've just got their stern their stern in front of the bow ball. That's good. And number 2 is Queenwood. 3 Pymble Ladies. 4th Loreto Normanhurst. Now a little bit of a gap to the remaining 3 crews, who are having a little tussle about the remaining places. It's Loreto Kirribilli, St Catherine's, and Queenwood 2. That's the schoolgirls' second 8.
So now the schoolgirls' first 8, race number 23, is on the course. And in lane 2 we have PLC Sydney, lane 3 Queenwood, lane 4 St Catherine's, lane 5 Loreto Kirribilli, lane 6 Canberra Girls Grammar, lane 7 Loreto Normanhurst, and lane 8 Pymble Ladies College. And they've just gone through the 1,000 metre mark with Pymble Ladies College in the lead at a time of 3 minutes and 26 seconds, followed by Queenwood some 5 seconds behind them. Third is Canberra Girls Grammar, less than a second behind Queenwood. 4th place is Loreto Normanhurst. 5th is Loreto Kirribilli. In 6th place is St Catherine's. And then in 7th place,
PLC Sydney.
PLC Sydney.
In that leading Pymbles ladies crew, Georgina Seymour, Liesl Page, Michaela Arthur, Georgina Erickson, Philippa Austin, Alice Walker, Lillian Huntley, Sophie Graham, Miriam Khan the Cox, and the coaches Ali Williams and Stephen Evans. And in the Queenwood crew, which is running second, Bronte Blackmore Cram, Abby McLellan, Chloe Driver, Madeline Nicol, Chelsea Prout, Stephanie Preller, Tiffany Botha, Emerson Stock, Lucy Anderson the Cox, and the coaches Kieran Glenn and Ray Boyle. They look to be still leading.
Rating 35 in the Pymble Ladies College crew.
That's good. In the third crew to cross to go past the midpoint was Canberra Girls Grammar, Madeline McGuinness, Ashley Burns, Lauren Goldie, Neve James, Charlotte Gross, Olivia Natty, Jenna Erder, Georgina Wallace, Andrea Newnham is the Cox, and the coaches Caroline Piopes. And in the 4th crew, Loreto Normanhurst, Lillian Dean, Maya Jones, Madison Webster, Oliver Lucas, Alexandra O'Brien, Ella Mackenzie, Paige Critchlow, Grace Gillies, Elizabeth Bolster is the Cox, and the coaches Jeff Patterson and Georgia Borick. Okay, this is a pretty tight race for the first 1, 2, 3, 4 crews, although I think Pymble Ladies College has probably got a lead that will be hard to take away from them. They're just coming down to the 250 metre mark. And from the way we're seeing it, is pretty much the way it was called at the halfway mark.
So at the 1,500 metre mark, Pymble Ladies was in front in a time of 5 minutes and 13 seconds, followed 4 seconds behind by Queenwood, and then in lane 6 in 3rd place was Canberra Girls Grammar. Lane 7 was in 4th place, Loreto Normanhurst. Lane 5 was in 5th place, Loreto Kirribilli. Lane 4 was in 6th place, St Catherine's, and in 7th place is PLC Sydney.
So they haven't changed their positions for most of this race, and it certainly looks like Pymble, they're in the reds now. Pymble Ladies College will take that first one, short of any mishap in the last 4 or 5 strokes.
These crews are all very well drilled.
Being
and they're all
really
run
pushed.
very well.
Excellent. Pymble Ladies College first. Queenwood second. Canberra Girls third. Very closely followed by Loreto Normanhurst fourth. little gap. Loreto Kirribilli in 5th. And St Catherine's in 6th. And we have 1 to go. They've got a bit of a gap. Looking quite tidy. Probably not quite the strength of the other girls. And this last one is PLC Sydney. They've got about 6 strokes to go to get to the end.
So we've just witnessed some very good racing from those senior 8s from these schools, and it looks like a really great season ahead. There's going to be a lot of tussling in relation to those positions, considering there was such a small difference in relation to first, second and third in relation to their times.
The next race is race 24, the schoolgirl year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 5 and the first division of this Division 5. We're back to a 1,000 metre race, and there are 9 crews in this, starting from lane 1, Queenwood 6, Sydney Girls 1, Queenwood 2, Queenwood 1. In lane 5, North Sydney Girls 2, Roseville, Sydney Girls 2, Loreto Kirribilli 6 and St Catherine's. So it's a full field which will test the starters. These are young girls, year 8.
So these girls are in their first year of rowing basically, and they're just still lining up, so we might as well go through those who are on the course. So in Queenwood, number 6 in lane 1 is Isabella Cazal, Vera Koo, Hilary Milner, Aoth Tomlin and Brooke Cuttons is the Cox. Sydney Girls number 1 in lane 2 is Alicia Chen, Surabay Marath, Nazara Jones, Ariel Moniaga. Coxon is Arushi Kandar, Coach Cameron Ogilvie, Tal Lewis and Emily Appleton. Queenwood number 2 is in lane 3 with Josephine Lapping, India Lockie, Tori Anderson, Grace Holmes, Cox by Sophia Rains. In lane 4 is Queenwood number 1 with Sammy Hunt, Trinity Brogden, Sky Dix, Anna Hogarth Scott and Andy Smith is the coxswain. Lane 5, North Sydney number 2, Sabrina Zhang, Isabella Yewen Pan, Julia Wang, Ningguan Ma, Meda Garam is the cox, coached by Phil Brown. Lane 6 is Roseville College, Grace Thompson, Georgia McRae, Eamon Utteridge, Lauren Hammer, Stephanie Bartlett's a cox, coached by Tanner Blessington. Number 7 is Sydney Girls number 2 with Ahana Toraskar, Sia Gupta, Emily Wren, Shalona Akaya. Aof Breen is a cox and coached by Cameron Ogilvie, Tal Lewis and Emily Appleton. Loreto number 6 in lane 8 is Miranda Hammer, Lucy Sexzenon, Amelia Lemonu, Lydia Clarkin, Scarlett Wallace, coached by Hannah Potts. And in lane 9 is St Catherine's with Bianca Kelly, Daisy Choi, Alex Coffey, Poppy Littlewood. Evie Bayard is the cox, coached by Rosa Hood and Shannon Auckland. And the girls are nearly lined up and ready to go.
So they're all sitting ready. Again, as we said, it's the 1,000 metres, so there's no health start, and there are 9 of them, so this is a big ask to get all of these crews in line. Very tricky thing for the starters to do, and tricky for the girls too. They have to concentrate. They're only youngsters, they're still learning their trade.
We've just got a couple of notes while the girls are starting up or getting ready to start. As you make your way around the Regatta Centre today, keep an eye out for the specially marked blue Vinnie's recycle bins that are part of the New South Wales Container Depot scheme. Every container placed in these specially marked blue bins is recycled directly through the Return and Earn program, helping to support the good work of Vinnie's in local communities. Check the sticker on the front of the bin to see which containers are acceptable to place in these bins, and do your bit in both recycling landfill waste and helping those in need. For recyclable items, not acceptable in the blue bins, please place them in the regular yellow recycle bins.
Okay, and the girls are off. A nice good start and a very even start. No disasters that I can see. Everyone seems to be rowing strongly and well. And no particular crew shot out or no one fell behind. It looks like a pretty even start. I would say Loreto Kirribilli in lane 8 are doing quite nicely. And so are St Catherine's in 9.
St Catherine's currently rating 35, Loreto Kirribilli, just a little timing issue there. They're currently rating at 39, by what I'm saying on the rate watch.
I wouldn't have thought it was quite that much, but they're certainly rating high. Our camera angle has just given us 2, and there has...
Lane 7 seems to have had a bit of a boat issue where they've had to stop.
But
they're underway again.
They're underway again, and they're just getting themselves back together again.
So well done to the coaches in getting these kids on the water. And they're coming up to the 500 metre mark, not too far away. Looks like crews in the middle of the field might be in front at the moment, or lane, no, it looks like St Catherine's in lane 9 is in front.
St Catherine's got a good start, so they may well be. And they're just approaching the 500 metre mark, but we don't have any, as yet, any times from there. Still a good day out here. It's got that slight heat haze going on, but I'm sitting in air-conditioned comfort, but I see people walking around outside not looking very stressed, so, and certainly no wind. The conditions are ideal for racing.
Coming up to the 500 metre mark, it's very tight, it's a very close field. And first in is Sydney Girls number 2, and in a time of 2 minutes and 21 seconds, followed by St Catherine's some 2 seconds behind them. Then comes North Sydney Girls number 2, Queenwood number 1, Roseville College, Queenwood number 2. In 8th place is Queenwood number 6.
And these are all very tight. There's only 1 or 2 seconds between each boat. So this is still pretty much anyone's race.
And Sydney Girls number 2, who had a bit of a shipwreck just after the start, have come through in 9th place.
Right. So that's telling us that at the 500 metre they were out in front. Not certain. Sydney Girls 2 was listed as first at the 500
in lane
metre.
7. So St Catherine's in lane 9, currently rating 32, and then in the middle of the field in lane 5, North Sydney Girls is rating 31, and over on the far side Queenwood 6 in lane 1, they're rating 28.5. It's going to be very tight for first, second and third, isn't it, Sue?
Those first 3 crews, they're scattered across the course, sitting in lanes 1, what's the middle one, Steve?
I think it's 5.
5 and 9. So very hard to judge unless you're standing exactly opposite them what they're doing. They're all working extremely hard, but first, second and third is going to be interesting. I suspect it's the ones in 5, is it? North Sydney 2, North Sydney, oops. Timing issue in the North Sydney crew. They're getting themselves together, but they've given away what I think was a good lead.
So coming in first looks like lane 2, Sydney Girls number 1, which they did in 4 minutes and 47 seconds. Then North Sydney Girls number 2, Queenwood number 1, St Catherine's is in 4th place.
some 5 seconds behind the leaders. Tight race here for 5th and 6th, with Queenwood number 2 and Loreto Kirribilli number 6 crossing only 1.5 seconds apart. Then comes Roseville College, and over in lane 1 is Queenwood number 6. Still to complete the course.
Another 3 or 4 strokes for these last 2 crews.
And in lane 7 is the
Whoa.
Loreto Kirribilli.
The last 2 crossed on
Sydney
1
girls.
beep.
Sydney girls too.
I
So
don't know.
a photo finish for 8th and 9th. Well done, girls.
Well done indeed. Yes, they haven't. It's a photo finish for the last 2 places.
So we've lined up now for race 25, school girl year 8 Coxed Quad Scull Division 5 in Division 2. And we have Queenwood 3 with in lane 1 with Alice Hemming, Serena Plain, Scarlett McDougall, Lucy Gillett and Cox by Georgina Markham. Lane 2, Queenwood number 4, Lisa Mishchenko, Lily Maynard Fallon, Clementine Isaac, Sabrina Stepper, Cox by Nika Vanna.
And they're off.
And they're racing. Lane 3, we've got Pimble Ladies with Nitya Sri Viswantharan. Apologies for the mispronunciation, girls. Rachel Tyson, Jasmine Macaulay, Genevieve Harton, Bella Hyen is the Cox, coached by Howard Goodall. North Sydney Girls 1 is in lane 4, Eva Day, Deja Singer, Audrey Thomas, Cara Wong, Tonya Zeng Halesh is the Cox, coached by Philip Brown. In lane 5 is Sydney Girls number 4, Yu Yen Liang, Namina Torwood, Lucy Boyd Clark, Rebecca Moritz, Nabia Nakib is the Cox, coached by Cameron Ogilvie, Tal Lewis and Emily Appleton. Lane 6, Loreto Normanhurst with Ruby Mazai, Christina Leung, Julia Gonzalez, Ellie Wentworth Brown. Ruby Harrison is the Cox, coached by Miller Argent and Miranda Young. Lane 7, Sydney Girls 3, Dana Moes, Grace Ruin, Chloe Zhang, Meda Potnuru, Lulu Sue is a Cox, coached by Cameron Overley, Tal Lewis and Emily Appleton. Lane 8, Loreto Kirribilli number 5, Georgina Thompson, Coco Butcher, Ava Hatzids, Ella Chidji, Cecilia Fonda is a Cox, coached by Laura Rainwhite. And in lane 9, Queenwood number 5, Alicia Jolly Poole, Freya Hamilton, Clementine Curry. Stroke is Elena Ferros and Zara Milner. And the girls are making their way up to the 500 metre mark.
It's all looking under control, no dramas going on. First few boats are fighting it out together. Oh no, there's one right over who looks to be comfortably in front.
So Queenwood
Here
number
we go
4
past
is
the
crossed
500.
in fourth in lane is in first place, time of 2 minutes 12, followed by Loreto Kirribilli number 5 in 6 seconds behind them. And then we've got Queenwood number 3, Queenwood number 4, then in 5th place is Loreto Normanhurst. Queenwood number 5 is in 6th place. And then coming through the 500 metre mark now is the North Sydney Girls number 1 crew, followed by the Sydney Girls number 3 crew and the Sydney Girls number 4 crew in 9th place. And a big sing out to Loreto Normanhurst in lane 6, where my goddaughter is in the stroke seat. Go Ellie. And so at the moment, looks like the Pimble Ladies College is in front, and they're rating at 34. And they look to have control of this race. Sorry, they're... And over in lane 8.
In lane 8,
Loreto
Loreto Kirribilli
Kirribilli.
5 is doing very well also.
And they're rating at 34.
Those two are dominating the race. There's those two boats out in front, and then there's a bit of a gap, and then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 battling it out for the third place. And those four are probably Queenwood 3, Queenwood... Oh, Lord. What are those numbers over there, Steve? What are those ones over there?
Lane
Seven.
1 and lane 2. Then in the lead is lane 4 with the Pimble Ladies. Or lane 3, sorry. So lane 3 is coming up to the finish line.
Lane 3, Pimble Ladies is in first place, very comfortably. They're just cruising gently into
Now rating 27, so they've got the race well in control.
That's
So
them
Pimble
crossing the
Ladies
line.
in a time of 4 minutes and 31 seconds. Coming in second will be in lane 8, Loreto Kirribilli number 5, some 10 seconds behind the winners. A very tight race for third place. It's almost going to be a photo.
Yes.
Queenwood 4 and Queenwood 3, with less than half a second between them. And we've got a bit of a gap. And it looks like lane
And
6.
again, two
Loreto-
boats quite close together.
Loreto Kirribilli.
6 and 9.
6 and 9. Loreto Normanhurst and Queenwood
Six
5.
just got it, I think. Photo finish, they're saying, for
Photo
5th and 6th.
Finish for 5th and 6th. And then lane 4 is about to cross, being North Sydney Girls number 1, followed in lane 7 by Sydney Girls number 3. Then lane 5, Sydney Girls number 4. And we're waiting for that all-important photo finish for 5th and 6th.
So that was Pimble Ladies first, Loreto Kirribilli 5 second, Queenwood 4 third, and Queenwood 3 fourth, and still waiting for a photo on 5th and 6th. That was the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 5 and the second division of that. Now we go to race 26, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull Division 1. It is a 1,500 metre race. It's underway already, and there are 7 crews in it. Ascom 1, PLC Sydney 1, Canberra Girls Grammar 1, MLC School, Roseville, Tara School and Loreto Normanhurst. They're just...
We've got about 150 metres to go to the 500 metre mark.
So we can't give you any positions at the moment. I would think that the Loreto Normanhurst crew are doing okay from where I'm standing, which is a rather imprecise point to be saying that, but that's what it looks like from here. The others are, pretty much up there chasing the leaders. They should be just about to pass. If that is Loreto Normanhurst in lane 8 in front, as I think it is, that's Elizabeth Powell, Greta Perrison, and the coach is Malcolm Campbell.
And they've just gone through in first position in a time of 4 minutes of 12, followed by the Ascom number 1 crew of
Portia Kozakar and Audrey Aberwickerham, coach Susanna McMahon.
And they were 4 seconds behind. Third place is PLC Sydney number 1.
And that is Jennifer Choi and Victoria Mortensen. Their coaches are Annie Archie and Carolyn Wong.
And in fourth place was MLC School.
Leanne Gui and Tessa Tompkins, coaches Robert Glendinning and Kirsten Lindquist. So that, we still need a few more places on that. But the Loreto Normanhurst, Elizabeth Powell and Greta Perrison are maintaining a very comfortable lead in lane 8. They look very tidy. and they look very in control. Nice course too, girls. Difficult with them to get a double down the course without wobbling from side to side and hitting the boys, which is very distracting if you do, but they're sitting comfortably in the middle of their course, and they look like, looking at their wake, they look like they've been sitting comfortably there. They're being challenged on the far side by the Ascom number 1, Portia and Audrey, but I think Elizabeth and Greta will hold it together.
And in the previous race, the photo finish has been determined so that the Loreto Normanhurst crew came in 5th, just 0.21 of a second ahead of the Queenwood number 5 crew in lane 9, sorry.
Loreto Normanhurst still, I think, in front, and they've really picked it up a bit now. They can see that they've just got to work a little bit harder, but no, they're going to do that, I think, by about 3/4 of a boat length.
Rating 32 at the finish.
Loreto Normanhurst and Ascom number 1, first and second in the schoolgirl Year 10 double scull Division 1. Next one's just approaching the line. Third is PLC Sydney 1. That was Jennifer and Victoria. And fourth, MLC School, Leanne and Tessa. The next one's just approached, 3 of them just approaching the line. Roseville, Holly and Daniela. I've lost it. Canberra Girls and Tara School. Congratulations, girls. 1,500 metres in a double. Long way. Race 27 is the next one. The schoolgirl, Year 10 double scull, Division 2. And we have 7 in this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Starting in lane 2, Ascom.
So they've gone through the 500 metre mark with Kinross Walleroy, Scammell and Robson in 1 minute and 57 seconds. In fact, they've just gone through the 1,000 metre mark now. So Kinross Walleroy, Scammell and Robson in lane number 8 in a time of 4 minutes and 1 second, followed by Sampson and Trustwell from Radford College in lane 5, some 6 seconds behind the Kinross Walleroy girls. In third place is Ascom number 2, Carrigan and Miller, and they're some 11 seconds behind the Kinross Walleroy crew, so they're about 4 minutes and 12 seconds through the 1,000 metre mark. We're just waiting to see who is in the 4th place, which is PLC Sydney number 2, Horsburgh and Bebbington. And then we've just gone into 5th place in lane 4 is North Sydney Girls, Durham and Sharma. In 6th place is lane number 3, Sydney Girls, Harry and Lee.
Canberra Girls Grammar.
And then in the final place is coming up in lane 6 is Canberra Girls Grammar, Macca Simel and Madeline Garner, coaches Vance Khan and Ellie Lambden. The Ascom Girls in lane 2, Carrigan and Miller, coached by Susanna McMahon and Thomas Parker. Sydney Girls, Harry and Lee, coached by Matteo Villani and Tim Hughes. And we're coming into the Red Boys.
And this crew is this field is now very spread out. So in the first place, the Kinross Walleroy, I think, are pretty much going to hold it. They're in the reds. They've got maybe 10 strokes to go, 8 strokes to go.
Rating 30.
Looking very good, very tidy indeed. They've got 2 strokes to go, and Kinross Walleroy will cross the line first in the schoolgirl Year 10 double scull Division 2.
Lane 5, rating 31 at the finish.
Is Radford College, and Ascom number 2 in lane 2 in 3rd place. They held those positions pretty much from the first few hundred metres. So now we've got quite a gap. As I said, this field was very spread out. The next ones are PLC Sydney, I think, in lane 7. They're rating 20-somethings. Steve, can you get a rating on those
33.
girls? 33, are they?
Yeah.
It always looks much easier from standing up here than it does when you're sitting in the boat. And looking tidy too.
So it's lane 7 just crossing the finish line now.
That's PLC Sydney, Ashley and Sarah.
And then lane 3 is coming up to the finish line.
The
which
Sydney
is
girls of
Sydney
Aparna
girls.
and Rachel.
They're rating 33 as well. And lane 4, North Sydney girls,
Meda and Ritzi.
rating 32 at the finish.
And the reason you get different names from Steve and from me, he's reading it on the screen, the official screen, which gives the girls' surnames. I'm reading it from the printed program, and I get the Christian names first, the first names first. So if you're wondering why on earth it sounds like we have twice as many people in the race. And we've got the last crew with about 4 or 5 strokes to go.
Lane 6.
And that's lane 6, the Canberra girls, Grammar, Masha Seymour and Madeline Garner. Couple more strokes, girls, and you're done.
And they're crossing the line,
Nice
rating
work.
28.
The next race is race 28, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull Division 1. It's a 1,500 metre race, and we have 8 starters in it. Starting from lane 1, Radford College, Zoe McIntosh and coach Alex Hodges. Lane 2, Pimble Ladies 1, Isabel Francis, the coach is Claire Hassel. Lane 3, Ascombe 1, Felicity Errington, coach is Thomas Parker. Lane 4, Loreto Kirribilli 1, Alyssa Fickers, coach Michael Bernius. Lane 5, Kinross Walleroy 1, Simone Chawla, coaches Alexandra Cropley and Andrew Gannon. Lane 6, Sydney Girls 1, Lauren Teo, and coaches Matteo Delani and Timothy Hughes. Lane 7, Tara School, Olivia Daunt, coaches Graham Gardner, Robin Macney, Kate Crampton. And lane 8, Queenwood, Sienna Williams Bush.
And they've just gone through the 500 metre mark. So in first place in lane 7 is Tara School, Olivia Daunt, in a time of 2 minutes and 7 seconds, followed some 9 seconds behind by the Queenwood Sculler Sienna Williams Bush in lane 8. And then in third place in lane 3 is Ascombe number 1, Felicity Errington, followed in fourth place in lane 5 by Kinross Walleroy number 1, Simone Chawla. In lane 6 in fifth place is Sydney Girls number 1, Lauren Teo. And in sixth place in lane number 1 is Radford College from the ACT, Zoe McIntosh.
And that leaves Pimble Ladies 1, Isabella Francis, and Loretta Kirribilli 1, Alyssa Fickers still to be
Going over the
marked,
500 metre mark.
still to go over the 500 metre mark. So Tara School, as you would expect in a year 10 single scull, 1,500 metres, it's a fair way. You'd expect this race to spread out a bit because the girls really have to depend just on themselves. But what it looks like is that 1, 2, 3 and 4 are pretty much up there together. In fact, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 who all could still be a contender for a place in this race. And then a couple who've fallen a bit back.
Well, I can see 7 scullers on the water. There was supposed to be 8.
Yes, I do
in
hope
the
you can
race.
see 8, because I don't see any that are cancelled.
So going through the race 28, through the 1,000 metre mark in a time of 4 minutes and 23 seconds is lane 7, Tara School with Olivia Daunt in the lead, and she's got a good 10-second lead over Felicity Errington from Askham number 1 in lane 3. And then Sienna Williams-Bush is in 3rd place from Queenwood in lane 8, followed in lane 7 by Tara School. Now, why have we got 2 lane 7s here on this? Somebody's needs a good smack in one of those timing huts there.
I don't know if you've ever been in the timing huts, but let me tell you, it isn't an easy job.
No, it's not an easy job.
You have 3 buttons, and you have to remember which lane is which finger, and push it as it goes over the mark. It ain't easy.
And in lane 6, in 5th place, is Sydney Girls number 1, Lauren Teo. Lane 1 is in 6th place, Radford College, Zoe McIntosh. And in 7th place, lane 5 is Kinross Walleroy number 1, Simone Chawler. So it may be that the Pymble Ladies number 1 crew in lane 2 has scratched Isabel Francis, coached by Claire Hassel. As we're coming into the Red Boys, well inside the 250 metres to row. In front, it is still the Tara School in lane.
Oh no, this person in lane 4 or lane 4 or 5 is way.
Well, that's the Loreto Kirribilli Zuti, and that's Alicia Frickers, coached by Michael Benarius. So, yes.
The girls.
So now we've changed the official screen. Loreto Kirribilli Alicia Fickers in 4 minutes 23 went through the 1,000 metre mark, and she's about to come up and finish in 6 minutes and 40 seconds, 1,500 metres. Alicia Fickers from Loreto Kirribilli number 1. Congratulations to you, Alyssa. And then she's followed in lane number 3 by Askham number 1, Felicity Errington, some 12 seconds behind Alicia. And in 3rd place, just crossing now in lane 7, is Tara Schools, Olivia Don't. And then Queenwood in lane 8, Sienna Williams-Bush was in 4th place, followed by Zoe McIntosh, Radford College in lane 1. 6th place, Sydney Girls number 1, Lauren Teo. Coming up in lane 5, in 7th place, is Kinross Walleroy number 1, Simone Chawler. Congratulations, girls. It was a very nice, even race over 1,500 metres.
The next race is race 29, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull Division 2, a 1,500 metre race. And there are six crews in this, 6 girls in this. Starting in lane 2, Sydney Girls 2, Lorian Wong, coaches Matteo Villani and Timothy Hughes. Lane 3, Askham 2, Bianca Auld, coach Susanna McMahon. Lane 4, Loreto Kirribilli 2, Elizabeth Kari and the coach Elliot Hunt. Lane 5, Kinross Walleroy 3, Ayla Ryan, coaches Alexander Cropley and Andrew Gannon. Lane 6, Pymble Ladies 2, Eleanor Oward, coach Claire Hassel. And lane 7, Kinross Walleroy 2, Lucy Searle, coaches Alexander Cropley and Andrew Gannon.
So they've already gone through the 500 metre mark here, Sue, and in first place in lane 7 is Kinross Walleroy number 2, Lucy Searle, in a time of 2 minutes and 9 seconds, followed by Kinross Walleroy number 3, Ayla Ryan in lane 5, and then in lane 6, third position is Pymble Ladies number 2, Eleanor Allred, and in 4th place, lane 3 is Askham 2, Bianca Auld, and in 5th place is Sydney Girls number 2, lane 2, and that's Lorianne Wong.
That leaves Loreto Kirribilli 2, Elizabeth Kari. Do we see 5 or 6 on the water, Steve? So they're about halfway down now of their 1,500 metres, a bit more than that. And the regatta is pretty much running to time. They might have started this race. It was supposed to start at 9:22. I suspect it started a little bit after that, but they've been pushing the races through very quickly. They want to get them finished by 11:30 before the heat really comes up. As you know, it's predicted to get pretty hot here in Penrith. Well, it's predicted to get pretty hot everywhere.
So there's 5 girls on the course at the moment, and it appears that Loreto Kirribilli number 2, Elizabeth Carey, coached by Elliot Hunt, has not turned up in lane 4. But as they go through the 1,000 metre mark, Kinross Walleroy in lane 7, Lucy Searle is still in front in a time of 4 minutes and 24 seconds. She's 11.21 seconds ahead of Kinross Walleroy number 3, Ayla Ryan in lane 5. And then in third place, Pimble Ladies number 2, Eleanor Aurid, some 9 seconds further back. In fourth place in lane number 2, Sydney Girls number 2, Lorian Wong. And then in fifth place, Ascombe number 2, Bianca Auld.
So 1, 2 and 3 have maintained their position. 4 and 5 have swapped.
And we've had somebody fall in the drink, unfortunately.
Oh, which one is that?
And it looks like, I can't tell the bow number from here. It looks like lane number 2 could be Sydney Girls number 2.
It could be.
But no, it's number 3.
No, I think it's number 3. I think it's
Pimble
Ascombe
Ladies.
2. The umpire following boat is with them, so all is well. And there is the peril of single scull racing.
And that's why we have safety boats and umpires boats following the girls in all these races, so that if there is a mishap, which does happen on a very regular basis, so it's not unusual, but you can get somebody there to them quickly and they can assist them off the course and with safety get them back to the bank.
Meanwhile, number 7, Kinross Walleroy, has increased her lead. She's got 3 or 4 strokes to go, and she will, as Lucy Searle, she will cross the line, given 2 more strokes. There she goes. That's
Rating 29 at the end there. So
that's Lucy Searle in Kinross Walleroy.
congratulations, Lucy.
2, and I would expect Kinross Walleroy 3, her rowing companion, to be 2nd. That is Ayla Ryan. Ayla's got another 4 or 5 strokes to go, and then there's a boat length back to... That was Ayla Ryan crossing the line in 2nd place, and 3rd place was Sydney Girls to Lorian Wong.
So Bianca is now back in the boat and she's going to continue the race, or it looks like she's continuing the race. Well done, Bianca, for getting back in the boat.
And Pimble Ladies, Eleanor Oward crossing the line in 4th place.
And currently on the water we have race 30, schoolgirl year 10 Cox 4, again a 1500 metre race. We have 2 crews in this race, lane 4, Roseville College with Alice Bennett, Caitlin Coleman, Sienna Meany, Hannah Alexander, coxed by Lauren Noble and coached by very experienced Gonzalo Bionis. And then Loreto Kirribilli in lane 5 with Olivia Bisoglio, Lucy McDowell, Claire Flanagan, Katie Webb, Caitlin Gately is the cox, coached by Will Foxton and Amelia Haley. And it appears
that Roseville is in front, but if they are, Loreto Kirribilli are certainly not giving up.
and the Roseville crew is currently rating 32 and has come through the 1,000 metre mark in a time of 3 minutes and 58 seconds in lane 4. And then lane 5, Loreto Kirribilli will be crossing in second place, some 13.5 seconds behind the Roseville College crew.
And our single sculler who went in the water is indeed finishing her race. Good on her. Fortunately, she's being chased by a race that's only got 2 crews in it, so she's not going to have anyone try to run her over, but she's a good 100 metres ahead, so not a problem.
And that's Bianca Auld from Ascombe 2, and she's currently rating 23. She comes down to the finish line.
And full congratulations to Bianca for doing that, for getting back in the boat. It isn't easy once you've fallen out. You're feeling very discomposed about everything. And to have the courage to get back in and finish that race, even though you know everyone else has finished, it's tough. It's good.
So as they go through the 1,000 metres mark, and they've got less than 250 metres now to row, the Roseville College crew in lane 4 is come through in 3 minutes and 58 seconds. 13 seconds behind is Loreto Kirribilli in lane 5. The Roseville College crew is currently rating 32, and the Loreto Kirribilli crew rating 32 as well.
That beep you heard while Steve was talking was Bianca crossing the line in her single scull.
Well done, Bianca.
Okay, the Coxed 4 coming down. Roseville's got about 4 or 5 strokes to go. Loreto Kirribilli is into the reds, and they're a couple of boat lengths behind.
Very nice length in that
Yep.
Roseville College crew.
They should be
Gonzalo's
very
done a
pleased with
great
that.
job. Yeah, with
Congratulations, Roseville.
Yep.
Nice work.
Big difference, big distance between first and second.
And I
But
don't
they're
know
doing
about
a
you,
great
Steve, but
job.
I think a 4 is a difficult boat to row. A 4 and a pair.
Yep,
The balance is all important.
they're tough.
Nice work.
They're tough boats. Well done, girls. So now on the course is race 31, Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull Division 1 and Division 1 of that over 1,000 metres. And we're just waiting for the girls to line up. Do you want to run through the...
Right. So we have 5 crews in this. In lane 3, Queenwood. Lane 4, Loreto Kirribilli. Lane 5, St Catherine's. Lane 6, Sydney Girls. And lane 7, Radford College. While the girls are lining up before they start, I'll give you the athletes in the boats. In Queenwood, Chloe Fengels, India Stevenson, Madeline Wark, Gemma McLaren, Allegra Corrales McCall, and Allegra was the cox, and the coach is Kieran Glenn. Loreto Kirribilli is Georgia Moran, Chloe Alsop, Mabel Oxenham, Isabel Howard, Ruby Kosub is the cox, and the coach is Frederica Gibbs. St Catherine's crew is Alice Steed, Chelsea Baker, Lucy Hall, Melanie Poulos, Georgia Parks is the cox, and the coaches are Richard Coakley and Jared Watson. The Sydney Girls crew, Vanessa Zeng, Noah Kepi, Nara West, Olive Bilbao, Rebecca Moritz is the cox, coaches Cameron Ogilvie and Tal Lewis and Emily Appleton. And the Radford College crew from Canberra, from ACT, Audrey Potter, Zara Turner, Anvi Gupta, Amelia Brennan, Lucy Mihaljevic is the cox, and the coaches are Stuart Sampson and Julia Cronin. The girls are sitting in the starter's hands. They haven't moved yet. He's getting the 5 of them in line. Unheld start, of course, at the 1,000 metre mark. They're all sitting ready. He's clearly on the point of saying go. This is the tricky part, and they're off.
It's a nice start. So while we're waiting for the crews to sort themselves out, I'd just like to say thank you to the boat race officials from Rowing New South Wales and the Rowing New South Wales Regatta Operations and Race Secretary, so Mr Owen Nix, and the boat race officials being Brian Guthrie, Greg Smith, Graham Walker, Andrew Milken, Judith McDonald, Victor Walter, James Tate, Mark Conahan, Christopher Watson and the enigmatic Tony Brown. Without these people coming up here and doing the work that they do to have these regattas run smoothly, none of this would occur. And these people are up here basically, well, tomorrow there's another regatta, the Loreto Kirribilli Regatta, and they'll be up here again doing what they do best. And we have some of the best boat race officials in the world. And some of these people, like Greg Smith, have officiated in regattas all over the world and at international regattas, as well as Olympics, and my friend Tony Brown, who's usually clerk of the course up here, he does a great job. Rode for New South Wales, winning King's Cup oarsman, great stalwart of Sydney Rowing Club. So, gentlemen, ladies, thank you very much for your contribution here today. And as we come up to the 1,000-metre mark, the 500-metre mark.
In the schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 1 and Division 1 of that division. And they still haven't crossed the mark, so we can't give you any placings, although from where we're standing in the commentary box, it looks I can see 1, 2, 3, 4 and 1 fallen back.
So we have now gone through the 500-metre mark. In first place is the Loreto Kirribilli crew in a time of 1 minute and 58 seconds, followed in second place by St Catherine's, some 8 seconds behind. And then very closely in third, fourth and fifth place, we had Sydney Girls, Radford College and Queenwood. And those last three boats are very tight. It's going to be a very interesting race for those three positions. But at the moment, it's the Loreto Kirribilli crew out in front, and they are currently rating at 33 strokes per minute, and they've got a commanding lead over the St Catherine's crew in lane 5, who are rating at also 33 strokes per minute. And then it looks like lane 7 has crept into third place, and that would be the Radford College crew, and they're currently rating 35, and they would be just ahead of the crew in lane 6, Sydney Girls, who are rating at a little bit of a tip up there, 31 strokes per minute. And then coming up in fifth place would be the Queenwood crew in lane 3, and they're currently rating at 31 strokes per minute. But it's certainly the Loreto Kirribilli,
yep.
And they've a great job there. Freddie Gibbs, well done young Freddie, used to be a cyclist, came to rowing and is now coaching at Loreto. Wonderful young lady, very determined. Had the pleasure of coaching her for a while. And currently
Loreto Kirribilli are crossing the line now.
Rating 33.
Comfortably ahead.
Yep. Well done, girls.
With St Catherine's coming up with another 4 or 5 strokes to go. Okay, St Catherine's in lane 5, just crossed the line in second place. Third place, I would expect
This
to
is a
be.
tight
Oh,
race.
this is going to be tight. 6 and 7, very close together. That was Sydney Girls and Radford College. I think Sydney Girls have it, do they? Yes, they do.
Sydney Girls, yep.
Sydney Girls have it by 0.28. That's about a bow ball. And the last one was Queenwood, and that is the Division 1 of the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. Division 2 of the same race is underway already. As we were calling that race then, you could see the 5 boats in this race, the 5 in the next race coming down the course, and then behind them you could see other boats crossing onto the course to get on. You don't often see that many boats on the course in one go.
No, but certainly the boat race officials and the umpires are doing a great job in having all these crews organised. And this race is underway. They're about to come up to the 500-metre mark.
And there's 5 in this event. In lane 3, Loreto Normanhurst. In lane 4, PLC Sydney. Lane 5, Roseville. Lane 6, Tara School. And lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar. They're about to cross the line, across the 500-metre mark, but before they do, let me give you some names. Loreto Normanhurst, Tessa Hare, Tara Gambrill, Isabel Hare, Sinead Hickey, and Lily Carolyn Cox, coach Kathy Starling. The PLC Sydney crew, Isabel Yardley, Isabel McLaughlin, Emma Burgess, Molly Cameron, Renashi Cox, and the coaches Laura Bradley and Felix Dew. Still no results on the 500 metre. The Roseville crew, Pia Allen, Grace McKinley. They have just done it. So at 500 metres, this race was Roseville first, 1.9 seconds behind Canberra Girls Grammar, then Loreto, Normanhurst, PLC Sydney and Tara School. And that's the 5 of them. So Roseville just in front. 2 seconds is nothing, but keep going Roseville.
So the Loreto Normanhurst crew in lane 3 is coached by Kathy Starling, whose nickname is Toots, and I'm sure she won't mind me mentioning that. But she's a coach and started rowing at university, joined the ANU, which was a big part of her life, and she ended up being both captain of boats and president as well. And she's rowed for ANU, Canberra Rowing Club, and more recently at Mossman Rowing Club, where I've coached her. She's done a lot of club racing and was in the Queen's Cup representing the ACT. And she started coaching in Canberra as a way of giving back to her club, ended up opening doors for her when she returned from the field of working with Outward Bound. And she's a wonderful young lady who does a huge amount of work for the sport. And as we're coming up to the finish...
Roseville are maintaining their lead. They might have increased it slightly. In fact, I think they probably have. So they're still sitting Roseville first and Canberra Girls Grammar second. And they are being challenged by Loreto, by Sydney Girl... No, who is it? Loreto Normanhurst. So that's Roseville crossing the line first.
Time of 4 minutes and 6 seconds.
And a bit of a battle, but no, 7 will get it. That is Canberra Girls Grammar and Loreto Normanhurst just behind them, 1.49 seconds behind. That is so close. 2 crews still to finish. Tara School and PLC Sydney. And that must be in lane 4. PLC Sydney crossing the line, and Tara with a few strokes to go still. You'll hear the beep for Tara in half a second. There it is. I'm sorry, that I don't quite know what went on then, because we've got Roseville winning and coming 5th. Tara in 5th. Next is race 33, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 2, and this is Division 1 of Division 2. It's a 1,000 metre race. And there are 6 crews in it. Lane 2, Loreto Kirribilli. Lane 3, Loreto Normanhurst. Lane 4, Radford College. Lane 5, St Catherine's. Lane 6, Roseville. And Lane 7, PLC Sydney. The girls are off and racing. And at this moment it would look as though the middle 2, who are Radford and St Catherine's, are doing okay.
So the crews Loreto Kirribilli in lane 2 is Ava Charles, Annalise Radsu, lane Arabella Zoo, Kate Whitson, Hannah Duffy's a Cox, coached by Ben Sullivan. Loreto Normanhurst is in lane 3, Kate Gilsenan, Sophia Batuchuto, Sarah Miller, Mariana Daly, Grace Drake is a Cox, coached by Rosalind Daly. Lane 4, Radford College, Sophie Fremantle, Joanna Dixon, Myla Sullivan, Charlotte Joyce, Mackenzie Jolly's a Cox, coached by Stuart Sampson and Julia Cronin. St Catherine's in lane 5 is Eden McGregor, Darcy Connell, Piper Simpson, Ali Nairn. Daniela Comino is the Cox, coached by Crystal Piper. Lane 6, Roseville, Winnie Wang, Abigail Kelly, Claudia Berger, Scarlett Miles, Matilda Marchant is the Cox, coached by Charlotte McBayer. And in lane 7, PLC Sydney, Jasmine Sahar, Hannah Bevington, Tanika Young, Willa Bowman, Charlotte Sard is a Cox, coached by Lex Meyer and Felix Dew. And they are now coming up to the 500 metre mark.
Haven't quite passed it. From the commentary box, it looks pretty tidy with Lane 3 perhaps having fallen back. Or
Loreto,
is that, no,
Loreto
that might be
Kirribilli,
lane 3, might even be lane 4 that's fallen back. I think we've got
Loreto
2,
Kirribilli, rating 32, has just come through the 500 metre mark in first place in a time of 2 minutes and 7 seconds. Followed 2 seconds behind by St Catherine's. In third place is Loreto Normanhurst. Fourth is PLC Sydney, and then fifth is Roseville College.
And that's Radford College that's
Radford.
fallen a bit back. The other 4, 5 are pretty tight. Loreto Kirribilli certainly don't have it all their own way. They're being challenged by St Catherine's and Loreto Normanhurst. And I wouldn't be game to call from where I'm standing, and with about 250 still to go.
Loreto Kirribilli in lane 2, currently rating 29 strokes per minute. And then in lane 5 we've got St Catherine's. They're rating 33, and it looks like in third place over on this side is PLC Sydney, currently rating 31.
So it looks to be from here that Loreto Kirribilli, St Catherine's and PLC Sydney and Loreto Normanhurst. In fact, I think at the moment I'd put Loreto Normanhurst in third. Loreto Kirribilli on the far side, maintaining their lead. Pretty certain that's St Catherine's in lane 5. Yellow.
So Loreto Kirribilli currently rating 32, a few strokes left to cross the line. Looks like they've lost their their bow number. Coming in second place in lane 5.
St Catherine's.
St Catherine's currently rating 34, but Loreto Kirribilli finished in first place in a time of 4 minutes and 12 seconds. St Catherine's in second place, a further 10 seconds behind them. Then in third place, Loreto Normanhurst. And then coming in lane 7 in fourth place is PLC Sydney. Fifth place in lane 6 is Roseville College.
And
we
one
have
to go,
one crew left,
which is Radford College.
Radford College,
They fell back a bit at the
in
beginning.
lane 4.
But they don't look to be doing too badly now. Their timing is fine and their power looks fine. There may have been some small hiccup in their racing at the beginning, but that's looking pretty tidy and good now. Keep going, girls. Another 3 strokes.
And the next race is already on the course. The schoolgirl
And
Year
that's
8
Radford.
Cox Quad Scull Division 2 of Division 2, 1,000 metre race.
With 5 schools in it. In lane 3, Tara. Lane 4, Queenwood. 5, Sydney girls. 6, Pymble ladies. And 7, Canberra girls grammar.
And having gone through the 500 metre mark in 2 minutes and 7 seconds, in lane 6 is Pymble Ladies College. And then in second place in lane 4 is Queenwood, some 6 seconds behind the Pymble Ladies crew. And third place in lane 7 is Canberra Girls Grammar. And then Tara School is in lane 4, in fourth place in lane 3. And in fifth place in lane 5 is Sydney Girls. So out in front is the Pymble Ladies College crew. They're currently rating 30.
And they're maintaining a nice lead. I would think that they've picked up a little bit.
Just going a little off course there. Coming back into the centre of their
Straightening
lane.
up again.
Yep.
The Cox must have blinked for a moment. And they're followed by Queenwood in lane 4 and Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 7. Those 3 haven't moved, haven't changed positions. In fact, they've probably just managed to space each other out a little bit more. certainly the Pymble Ladies College of Amy, Ellie, Annabelle and Tully and Selena are doing very nicely indeed.
Cox just bringing them back into the centre of the course again.
Yeah, she's struggling a little bit, but from where I'm sitting, she's tiny. She's probably having a lot of trouble seeing past any of her rowing mates there.
Currently rating 33, and then in second place would be the Queenwood crew in lane 4, and
So-
they're rating 30.
So 1, 2 and 3 have spread themselves out quite comfortably, with Pymble Ladies College crossing the line first. They've got another 2 strokes to go, and they'll be 3 strokes to go, and they'll be over the line.
Well done, ladies. In a time of 4 minutes and 16 seconds. So Division 1, the Loreto Kirribilli crew crossed in 4 minutes and 12, so there's further 4 seconds back for the second division. Queenwood finished in lane 4 in second place, some 11 seconds behind the Pymble Ladies College crew. Just coming over in third place in lane 7 is the Canberra Girls Grammar School.
And 1 to go.
2 to go.
2 to go. 1 with about 50 metres to go and 1 with about 90 to go. And looking down the course, I can see the next one is lining up and possibly moving.
So the next race, number 35, is underway.
Is underway, absolutely. The next race, which is race 35, is Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. It's a 1,000 metre race, and we have a full 9 lanes. PLC Sydney, Queenwood, Radford College, St Catherine's, Canberra Girls Grammar, Loreto Normanhurst, Pymble Ladies, Loreto Kirribilli, and the Sydney Girls. They are race 35. They're telling us that St Catherine's has withdrawn. Okay, so St Catherine's is out of this one. So we'll have 8 in the event. They're a bit scattered. I would say from where I'm sitting that lanes 1 and 2, PLC Sydney and Queenwood, have fallen back a bit. And the people on this side, who will be Loreto Normanhurst, Pymble Ladies, Loreto Kirribilli and Sydney Girls, all look to be doing pretty tightly. I would say that the winner at the moment is going to come out of Loreto Normanhurst, Pymble Ladies or Sydney Girls. They they've just crossed. Loreto Normanhurst has crossed the 500 metre line first in 2:13:36, followed by Pymble Ladies, PLC Sydney and St Catherine's in 4th. Sydney Girls next, Radford College next, 7th Loreto Kirribilli and 8th Canberra Girls Grammar, and 9th Queenwood. Oh, St Catherine's are in it. Sorry, on the last screen it had St Catherine's crossed out. On this screen they crossed in 4th place, so they're definitely there and doing nicely. They look like they haven't changed position a lot.
No, we've got a full 9 crews.
Got 9 crews, and pretty certain Loreto Normanhurst, which is 9876. Are they 6? Yes, still in front. And probably increasing their lead a bit. Mind you, they had a 5, nearly 6 second lead, so they're in that lovely position of thinking we've just got to continue doing what we're doing and keeping an eye on everybody else. Makes for a very calming race when you can do that.
So they're currently rating 33, and the crews Emma O'Brien, Sophia Lampy, Sophia Slater, Indy Witten, Naeem Hornby's the Cox, coached by Joshua Boward.
And they're being chased by Pymble Ladies College in second, Yimo Lead, Alexandra Stansel, Isabella Johnson, Alice Beveridge, Diana Attinger as the Cox, and the coaches India Thompson and Matilda Pennington. Those 2, I think, can say that they're, barring disaster, they're probably going to do it, and there's a battle on for 3rd place, which I would say is between lanes lanes 1, lane 7, and the person in the middle of the course, which is probably Canberra Grammar. Is it in lane? No, not. It's a blue one.
And we've had a little
St.
disaster in the lane 7 crew, Loreto Kirribilli. There's one oar that's sticking out to the side, so one of the girls has caught a crab and has been unable to regain her oar handle, but
they're still battling on, and they're going to. Oh no, they're okay. They're still there, but they are in a bit of trouble right now. Whoops, they've nearly stopped because of that crab, and she can't get the handle because the blade is right under the boat. They will get across the line, and we got distracted by that because what happened was Loreto Normanhurst crossed first, Pymble Ladies second, PLC Sydney third, St Catherine's fourth, Queenwood fifth, Loreto Kirribilli sixth, Canberra Girls seventh, and Sydney Girls eighth, and Radford College ninth. So that was bad luck for Kirribilli Girls. They were doing nicely until then.
So we've got next race on the course, and there are 4 crews in this race. It's the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 4, 1,000 metres, and in the Loreto Kirribilli crew we've got Bridget Carnival, Eva Eels, Audrey Ross, Charlotte Madsen, Isabella Morello as a Cox, coached by Adelaide Guinness, Queenwood in lane 4, Beck Hummel, Danielle Stridham, Sophie Bennett, Anika Henderson, coxed by Olivia Jones. In lane 5 is Sydney Girls, Ellen Fu, Mia Tu, Erica Wu, Isha Main, Seetha Kathir is the cox, coached by Cameron Ogilvie, Tal Lewis and Emily Appleton. Lane 6, Loreto Normanhurst, Abby Timmins, Audrey Kirk, Lucy Ball, Penny Rose Collins, coxed by Charlotte Park, coached by Kieran Rake and Finlay Blake. G'day Kieran, hope you're doing well out there with the kids today. And I'm just giving shout outs to people I know or coached or... And in lane 7 is St Catherine's, Kate Darling, Tilda Dunn, Amelia Hoskin, Aisha Causley, Anna Dimpopoulos, coached by Abby Gibbs, Amy Tainch and Zoe Hall. And as we've gone through the 500 metre mark in race 36, it was Loreto Normanhurst in a time of 2 minutes and 13 seconds, followed 2 seconds later by Loreto Kirribilli, then St Catherine's in 3rd place in lane 7, Queenwood in lane 4 in 4th place, and Sydney Girls in lane 5, bringing up the
And Steve, of course, meant Loreto Normanhurst, not Loreto Kirribilli, in 2nd place.
Yes.
And they don't look like they've changed their positions much. The leaders are now in the reds. 10, 12 strokes to go. Although I think Loreto Kirribilli has now lost their place.
That's Loreto Normanhurst is in the front.
To Loreto Normanhurst in front. Loreto Normanhurst is doing very nicely indeed.
And they've just crossed the line in 1st place.
Excellent.
In a time of 4 minutes and 31 seconds from lane 6, followed by Loreto Kirribilli in lane 3.
Yep.
5 seconds behind, and then we've got a bit of a gap coming up until we get to the next crew crossing, which will be in lane 7, being St Catherine's. And then lane 4, finishing in 4th place, is Queenwood. And finishing the race off now is lane 5, being Sydney Girls. And we have another race underway.
And this one is race 37, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull. And again, we have a full field of 9, starting from lane 1, Sydney Girls 1. I'll read the names later. Askham, Kinross Walleroy 1, Tara 1, MLC 1, Canberra Girls Grammar 1, Radford College 1, PLC Sydney 1, and St Catherine's. They are crossing the line with Radford College first, crossing the 500 metre mark, Radford College first, Kinross Wallaroi 8 seconds behind, so that's a good lead for Radford. Askin third, Sydney Girls 1 fourth, fifth PLC Sydney, sixth Canberra Girls, seventh MLC, eighth St Catherine's and ninth Tara School. So that gives Radford Colleges, Eliza Lilly and Siobhan Hall, a comfortable lead in lane 7, and by the look of it, that's no problem for them to hold on to that.
And they're currently rating 35, which is very high rate for these girls in Year 9 and a double
Year
skull.
9 double at 35. Yep, but they look very tidy. There's no splashing going on. Their course is pretty good.
Well, they're just starting to cross the lines now, so they want to get themselves back into the centre of the lane. Otherwise, they're going to find that they could have some issues. So we're just coming up to the finish of race 37, and it looks like Radford College is continued their winning way. They've got a very good margin over the second place, and they've come in a nice time of 3 minutes and 58 seconds, and they've got a good 6 or 7 lengths over second and third, and that will be in lane 2. In second place, the crew of Ascom from Trieste Dumani and Anna Scrooby. And then the lane 3, the Kinross Wallaroi number 1, Tora McCormick and Phoebe Neville. And then fourth place is PLC Sydney, Alexandra Sund West and Alicia Tomaris. In lane fifth place, Tara School, we've got Kaylin Dong and Gemma Simpson. And then in sixth place, Sydney Girls number 1, Mina Mishimi Ha and Karen Trong. And in lane 6 and 7th place was Canberra Girls Grammar, which was Samantha Burns and Isabel Warsick. In 8th place in lane 5 was MLC School number 1 with Lucinda Winlow and Azura Zappacosta. And then in lane 4 in 9th position was Tara School number 1. Kaylin, we need to sort that out. There's 2 Tara Schools on number 1 in this. And in 10th place in lane 9 was St Catherine's, which is Mira Aurora and Jasmine Abella.
And they are being chased very closely by race 38, the second division of the schoolgirl year 9 double scull, 1,000 metres. These girls are now, the leaders are now down, just about to hit the red boys. And we haven't, that is race 38. The 500 metre market was Radford College, Kinross Wallaroi 2, Sydney Girls 2, Canberra Girls Grammar, PLC 2, Tara and MLC in that order. And I think that Radford has still in front and Kinross is still second, and Sydney Girls might have given up their lead to whoever is beside Kinross, PLC Sydney. Hard to tell.
So the Radford College crew in front is leading, rating 35. And they've got a length and a bit over second place in Kinross Wallaroi.
And third place, just about to cross the line.
PLC Sydney number 2 with Payson and Town. Canberra Girls Grammar, McKellar and Royal. Fifth place is lane 7, Sydney Girls number 2, Sivaja and Rajia. Sixth place was lane 4, Tara School number 2, Panika and Jaya Soraya. And In 7th place, MLC number 2, Korvarek and Glastonbury. And that
And that completes that race. Here is Division 3 of the same schoolgirl Year 9 double scull. This one has six competitors. Kinross Wallaroi 3, Sydney Girls 3, PLC Sydney 3, Canberra Girls Grammar 3, Kinross Wallaroi 4 and PLC Sydney 4. They're about halfway down the course. Do we have anything from them passing yet? No, not quite.
this is race 39.
This is race 39. I'll give you some names. Kinross Wallaroi 3, Jemima McLeod, Neve Jansen. I'll leave the coaches out of because I'm in a bit of a hurry to get this through. Sydney Girls 3, Leanne Tan and Stephanie Lau. PLC Sydney 3, Isabel Lau and Tasha Carl. Canberra Girls Grammar 3, Paris Satsias and Reshmi Seniaki. Sorry, girls. Kinross Wallaroi 4, Elkie Sweetapple and Sophie Smith, and PLC Sydney 4, Sophie Sudalakas and Clara Irving. They are more than halfway through, and it was at the 500 metre mark. It was Canberra Girls Grammar 3, Kinross Wallaroi 3, PLC Sydney 3, Sydney Girls 3, PLC Sydney 4, and Kinross Wallaroi 4 in 6th. They probably haven't changed that placing.
So we have a number of boat drivers driving our boat race officials down the course. Most of them are parents. And the morning session today in boat number 1 we've got Simon Gillies, boat number 2 Robin Critchlow, and boat number 3 is Kieran Collins. And then in the safety boats on the race course the driver is John Carolyn. Boat number 1 race course assistant is Sam Haddad. Boat number 2 in the warm-up lake is Steve Withridge. And in the warm-up lake in boat number 2, the assistant is Darren Hines. They're all parents, and wonderful to see you guys and girls all out here helping, because without you, this won't go on. But we're coming down to the completion of race 39 now,
and
Sue.
the Canberra Girls Grammar is maintaining their lead in lane 5, Paris and Reshmi. They're going to have no trouble in crossing that line first, and a very comfortable first 2. Congratulations, girl. That looks like, who's in lane
Lane 2
2
coming second.
is Sydney Girls 3, Leanne Tan and Stephanie La. Again, a very comfortable second. And third, a boat length ahead of the next guys, and that is lane 4, PLC Sydney 3, Isabel and Tasha. Lane 3, I think, is next. Sydney Girls 3. No, who's that? Who just
Sydney
crossed?
Girls 3 in 4th.
Sydney Girls 3 in 4.
Yeah, Leanne Tan and
Okay,
Stephanie La.
I'm clearly giving you the wrong names here.
Lane 7's just crossed in.
Okay, let me give you those again. Canberra Girls Grammar, Satsias and Senayaki. Second, Kinross Wallaroi 3, McLeod and Jansen. Third was PLC Sydney, Lau and Carl. Fourth was Sydney Girls 3, Tan and La. Fifth was Kinross Wallaroi 4, Sweetapple and Smith. And there should be 1 to go, because in sixth, that's it. 6 of them done. Now we come to the singles racing. Race 40, Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull Division 1. A full field of 9. They're on the water already, but let me give you who they are. Radford College, Mia Cluth. Loreto Kirribilli 1, Lucinda Steele. Ascombe, Winter Wennerborn. MLC, Jodie Feng. Loreto Normanhurst, Jessica Lenahan. Pymble Ladies, Mia Booth. Sydney Girl 1, Charlotte Steele. Tara School 1, Yasket Carr. PLC Sydney 1, Miranda Zabo.
And we've got a full race of 9 scullers. And the reason we're able to give you such accurate timing is because we've got a bunch of parents in the timekeeping huts. So in hut 1, at the 500 metre mark is Paul Perosian and Alison Perosian. In hut number 2 at the 1,000 metre mark is Sally Dean and Susie Lucas. Timing hut number 3 at the 1,500 metre mark is Kerry Barr and Narelle Gillies. And then in the tower we've got 3 timekeepers at the finish line, being Marty O'Brien, Darren Cooley and Susanna Gibbons. And thank you very much, because without your assistance we would not be able to provide as accurate an information as we are. And these girls have just gone through the 500 metre mark. And this is race 40. And we're just waiting for some official results through the 500 metre mark. First is Mia Cluth in a time of 2 minutes and 9 seconds. And then second is Mia Booth, some 10 seconds behind her. Third is Jessica Lenehan. Fourth is Miranda Zabo. Fifth, Jodie Feng. Sixth is Winter Winterbaum. Seventh is Charlotte Steele. Eighth is Jaskaret Kaur. And ninth is Lucinda Steele.
And if you wonder about, occasionally we get the boats mixed up, or we get 2 schools, the same crew in 2 places. It is because it is far more complex in those timing huts than you think. You have 3 buttons in your hand, you have to press them at the right time, and if you get your left finger and your right finger confused, you've just managed to transpose 2 boats. Or you press the same button twice, it means that the same boat got 2 places. And then, of course, Steve and I fall over our tongues every so often too.
So in lane 1, the girl from Radford College, Mia Cluth, currently rating in her single at 30 strokes per minute. And then in lane, looks like,
I would say it's lane 9876, isn't it, is next?
yeah, well, lane 9, that's Miranda. She's currently rating 30.
But Radford College in lane 1, I think, has no problem imagining what that gold medal is going to feel like. She's just got to keep herself upright, and she's doing a fine job. That is very controlled, very powerful, and a nice run on the boat.
And
there she
lane
goes.
6, coming in second, is Pimble Ladies, Mia Booth. She's currently rating 32. She's done a great job there. Just ahead of lane 5.
So that's Mia over the line in second place.
And lane 5, rating 32, is Loreto Normanhurst, Jessica Lenehan.
And now it gets tight. That's MLC and Sydney girls, PLC Sydney, Ascom. You can hear the beeps going off, I think, in the background. It's beep, 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 beep. Bit of a gap. And the last.
So we've already got race 41 on the course, and they've gone through the 500 metre mark. And in first place is Loreto Kirribilli, Heidi Hayhens, in lane 1 in a time of 2 minutes and 9 seconds. In second place in lane 5, PLC Sydney number 2, Grace Hannon, some 2 seconds behind Heidi. Lane 8 is in third place, Loreto Kirribilli number 3, Elsie Brooks. In lane 6 in fourth place is Tara School number 2, Caitlin Irving. Fifth place, Radford College number 2, Sophie Epsland. Radford College number 3 is in sixth place in lane 7, that's Zoe Hickey. In lane 3, in seventh place is PLC Sydney number 3, Ariella Humphreys. In lane 8 is Loreto Kirribilli number 2, which is Phoebe Lill.
And that is the 500 metre mark in race 41, the schoolgirl year 9 single scull division 2. It looks like was a full field, and the Sydney girls 2, Ali has withdrawn or not? Yes, it's only got 8 in this race. The leaders are just approaching. They're in the purple boys. They're approaching the reds, and I'd say the leader is going to come out of either lane 1 or lane 9. Would that be right?
Well, Loreto Kirribilli Heidi Haynes is now rating at 33 strokes per minute, and in lane 8, Loreto Kirribilli, that is Elsie Brooks. She looks to be in second place, but it's a very tough race for second. She's currently rating 32, but she's just being challenged now by the girl in lane 6.
6, who may have got a nose in front,
And
is
that's-
very close.
And that's Caitlin Irving.
And they're stroke for stroke. They are. I think each one is aware of the other, of course, and I promise you, they're going in together and out together. It looks like they're in a double.
So
And they're
Heidi,
nose to nose coming down. I think 8 has got it. Perhaps. Oh, 7 probably. Have they given it or not?
yeah, so that
They
just
have.
So Heidi won in a time of 4 minutes and 25. Then Zoe just beat Elsie by basically who got the put the
That
stroke
was
in
that
at
was the
end.
nose. Yes,
Yeah.
that was who was where on the stroke and who had their nose in front.
Yep. So Loretta Kirribilli number 4 was in first place in a time of 4 minutes and 25. Then we've got Radford College number 3, Zoe Hickey in 9 seconds behind her. Then Loreto Kirribilli number 3, Elsie was just behind her by the placement of the blade at the end of the course. In 4th place in lane 6, Tara School number 2, Caitlin Irving. In 5th place, lane number 5, PLC Sydney 2, Grace Hannon. 6th was in lane 2, Radford College number 2, Sophie Epsland. And 7th was PLC Sydney number 3, Ariella Humphreys. And we're nearly, we've got a, and 8th was Loretta Kirribilli number 2, Phoebe Lewis just crossed the line.
And race 42, the 3rd division of the schoolgirl year 9 single scull. We are getting some great racing out of this single scull. These girls are amazing, and they're year 9s. It was a 1,000-metre race for all of them. This is the 3rd division.
They've already crossed the 500-metre mark. So
Once again, there are 8. Steve, have you written that?
yeah, so in first place at the 500-metre mark was Loretta Kirribilli number 5, Alexandra Whitson in a time of 2 minutes and 12 seconds. And then in second place in lane 6, PLC Sydney number 4, Abby Wilson. Third place, lane 7, Loretta Kirribilli number 6, Amelia Reichel. In 4th place in lane number 8, Tara School number 3, Charlotte Oitmar. In 5th place, lane 3, Loretta Kirribilli number 7, Freya Bateman. And in 6th place, lane 2, Tara School number 5, Mackenzie Knott. And by the time I've said all the girls' names, they're coming up, they're in the red buoys, they're nearly at the finish line. And the lead sculler is Loretta Kirribilli's number 5, Alexandra Whitson, in lane 5, and she's currently rating 30 strokes per minute. And she's got a lead of around about 3 to 4 lengths over lane number 3, which is Loretta Kirribilli number 7, Freya Bateman. Lane 6 comes in Abby Wilson in 3rd place. Then 4th is Charlotte Oitmar, sorry. 5th is Amelia Reichel. And then in lane 2, about to cross the line, is the Tara School sculler Mackenzie Knott. And now we're going back to some 1,500 metre races.
Now we go back to 1,500 metre race 43, the schoolgirl year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 1 and Division 1 of Division 1. There are 5 boats in this: Radford College, Roseville, St Catherine's, PLC, Sydney and Kinross Walleroy. They are... where are they? They're lining up. It's the one, it's 1,500 metres, so of course there is no held start. The girls have to be aligned. They have to, gosh, that's a good alignment. I don't know who's doing the starting today, but well done. And well done, girls. And they're off. Excellent start, particularly from the ones I can see on this side. Kinross Walleroy, I think. Very even, controlled start. And in these first few ones, you wouldn't want to have to try to pick that. Somebody is, no, can't tell. They're now going out of camera reach where I'm looking at them from behind. But it just, someone in the middle is doing okay. St Catherine's, perhaps. give you some names. Bradford College, Ellie Maglasis, Zoe McIntosh, Hannah Sampson, Josephine Truswell, and Izzy Faris the Cox. In Roseville, Charlie Griebel, Eloise Baird, Ava Cassar, Trinity Hoffman, Lauren Noble the Cox, Coach Gonzalo Brianas. St Catherine's, Missy Callahan, Sienna Morgan, Erin Cara, Jade Bliss, Bella McGeechan Cox, and Coach Jared Watson. PLC Sydney, Jennifer Choi, Ashley Horsberg, Sarah Bevington, Victoria Mortensen, Ishbel Craig is the Cox, and the coaches are Annie Archie and Carolyn Wong and Felix Dew. And Kinross Walleroy, Alia Ryan, Lucy Scammell, Lucy Searle, Lily Robson, Jade Caro was the Cox, and coaches Alexander Cropley and Andrew Gannon. We've seen Lucy Searle's name a couple of times today. Actually, quite a few of the girls' names are starting to crop up, so they're certainly doing more than one event a day.
And isn't that great?
Isn't that great? 1,500 metres,
they're just coming up to the 500. So in the first place is Kinross Walleroy in a time of 1 minute and 55 seconds, followed by St Catherine's some 2.5 seconds behind them. In third place is Radford College, and then followed by them in fourth place is Roseville, and then completing the field is the PLC Sydney crew.
Right, and it would be hard to say, Steve, today whether any one school has stood out. I think they're pretty much sharing the honours, aren't they, between the various races?
And that's a fabulous thing to see, because in so often you might have a run where a particular school dominates for a long period of time, but when they're sharing the honours, it's really good for the coaches. It gives them a lot of incentive. It gives the kids a lot of incentive too, because they know that everybody's got a chance at picking up the gold medal. And as we see down here in lane 7, Kinross Walleroy, their quad is continuing to maintain a lead, and they're currently rating at just on 30 strokes a minute. And in lane 5, the St Catherine's crew, just a little bit behind them. In second place, they're rating at 33.
One of the things we can see from the commentary box is a continual procession of girls coming to stand on the podium to have their photos taken. In unfortunate COVID style, we don't get all 1, 2, 3 on one podium, but the girls are obviously enjoying it, and they're being extremely well organised. It's just been a continuous at least.
Well, they're obviously getting their medals presented at somewhere, because the table assistant for the presentation of the medals is Caitlin Studdard, and the presentation assistant and presentation marshal is Arabella Barr, and her husband Paul Barr is the rowing coordinator.
Yes.
And he's also got one of his children racing here today as well.
In fact, I think it's Paul's daughter, Bryn, who's the captain of boats at Loreto Normanhurst this year.
I think you're right, Sue. Yes.
I believe we're going to hear from the captain of boats and the vice captain of boats at some stage this morning. Because of course we're not going to this afternoon because it's going to be too hot.
Yeah, so now we've gone through the 1,000 metre mark, and Kinross Walleroy has crossed through the 1,000 metre mark in 3 minutes and 52 seconds, and then some 6 seconds behind, maintaining their second place that they had at the 500 metre mark in lane 5 is St Catherine's. In third place is Radford College from the ACT, some 13 seconds behind Kinross Walleroy at the 1,000 metre mark. Fourth place in lane 4 is Roseville College, and then fifth place is PLC Sydney, and that completes the field.
And Radford College has increased their lead. I think they're comfortably in front. Sorry, Kinross Walleroy, beg your pardon. Kinross Walleroy, Blue Boat, has comfortably maintained their lead, or even increased it a little. They were 6 seconds in front. My guess is that they're probably a little bit more than that now.
Well, they're rating 31 at the moment, compared to the St Catherine's crew, which is rating at 33. So St Catherine's slightly higher. Kinross Wallaroi being slightly more efficient in the water, really rowing nice and long. That's very good timing there, girls. Well done. And they've crossed the finish line in first place from lane 7 in a time of 5 minutes and 48 seconds for the 1500 metres, and then St Catherine's is coming in second place, lane 5, some 11 seconds behind. And then as we come up to the finish for lane 3, we have the Radford College crew, some 14 seconds behind the St Catherine's crew in second place. And then lane 4 is finishing in 4th place, Roseville College. And we have one more crew to finish, which is PLC Sydney. And they're currently rating at 32 strokes per minute. And just about to cross the finishing line. Well done, girls.
And race 44, which is the second division of the same race, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 1, is on the water. There are 5 crews in this: Pimble Ladies, Sydney Girls, Queenwood, Loreto Kirribilli and Canberra Girls Grammar. They are at the 500 metre mark. Queenwood was in front, only a 0.29 of a second in front of Canberra Girls Grammar. Then Loreto Kirribilli, Sydney Girls was 4th, and that must put that must put Pimble Ladies. Anyway, at the 1000 metre mark, Queenwood, and they have now increased their lead by a fraction. They are 1.5 ahead of Sydney Girls. Canberra Girls Grammar in 3rd place in lane 7. We're just waiting for the other 2 to cross that. Loreto Kirribilli in 4th place as they go over the 1000 metre mark. So that puts Queenwood in lane 5 in front, and probably so, although Sydney Girls in who's that in 7?
Canberra Girls Grammar.
Canberra Girls Grammar is...
So the Queenwood crew is currently
challenging.
rating 33, but the Canberra Girls Grammar crew is not letting them have it all their own way. They're currently rating, and with some very efficient blade work, at 31, and then across in lane 4 is Sydney Girls, and they're currently rating 33. But certainly
I think Canberra Girls Grammar might have given up their 2nd place. It's hard to tell from this angle, but it seems to me that Queenwood is maintaining it, and who's in Loreto Kirribilli? What's it? In lane...
Well, at the 1000 metre mark, it was Queenwood, Canberra Girls, Loreto Kirribilli, Sydney Girls, and
I
then
think it's Sydney
Pimble
Girls.
Ladies.
No, Pimble.
But lane
That's
5
Pimble Racing
lane 5 is Queenwood. They're about to cross the line in 1st place.
Yes, no question about that.
In a time of 5 minutes and 46 seconds, followed by the Pimble Ladies crew, a further 5 seconds behind. Then in lane 7, it's the Canberra Girls Grammar School.
Good road, Canberra.
And then we're waiting for 4th place, and there's about 10 lengths between 3rd and 4th. And this will be the Loreto Kirribilli crew, currently rating at 33 strokes a minute. They've just crossed in 4th place, and then completing the field will be the Pimble Ladies College crew.
Right. The next race, race 45, is that was Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull, and this is Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. There are 7 in this one. Loreto Normanhurst, North Sydney Girls, Queenwood, St Catherine's, Pimble Ladies, Roseville and Loreto Kirribilli. They are on the course already. They have just passed, no, race 45, race underway. So they haven't yet passed any of the markers that I can give you to be useful. One thing we do need to tell everyone, by the way, is to remind you all who are here today and who are planning to come tomorrow that the venue opens to the public after the regatta today. So don't leave any valuables in school zones or in tents, because there will be other people using the regatta centre today. So make certain that everything is packed away and leave only out what you think people won't want to put under their arm and take away with them. Right, so here we go. They've passed the 500 metre mark with Pymble Ladies College in first place, Loreto Kirribilli less than a second behind them, Roseville in third place, 2 seconds behind that. Fourth is St Catherine's, fifth Queenwood, sixth North Sydney Girls, and sixth Loreto Normanhurst. Very tight race. There's less than 10 seconds between first and seventh. So anything could change. Can't see anything different from here. All I can see is that there's 7 boats looking pretty much as you would expect them to look.
So the leading boat in lane 6 is Pymble Ladies College with Sarah Oppenheim, Catherine Gavanga, Charlotte Haitlin, Olivia Bransgrove. Eliza Gothard is the Cox and coached by Jasmine Hanley. In the second boat, Loreto Kirribilli in lane 8 is Maya Strudwick, Scarlett Kevin, Harriet Dinning, Jessica Kovacs, Emma Bunbury is the Cox coached by Freddie Gibbs. Hey Freddie. In lane 7 in third place, as I went through the 500 metre mark, is Roseville College with Sophie Hurl, Phoebe Herdman, Matilda Baird, Caitlin Pearce, Lauren Hammer as the Cox and coached by Georgie McCardle. The St Catherine's crew came through the 500 metre mark in fourth place, which is Charlotte Skeffington, Annabelle Beckett, Madeline Griffiths, Lara Webber, Ashley Sassine and coached by Jared Watson, closely followed by the Queenwood crew in lane 4 in fifth place at the 500 metre mark, which was Naomi Pearce, Madison Preller, Grace Anderson, Sienna Williams-Bush and Alicia Midas. In sixth place in lane 3 with North Sydney Girls being Tanvi Bakra, Amanda Carnegie, Amaya Kumarij, Alexander Sutor, Sophie Lisa Cox coached by Phil Brown. Seventh was Loreto Normanhurst in lane 2 being Maria El Haddad, Madison Hines, Aveen Creek, Josie Sims, Genevieve Bolsters a Cox coached by the wonderful Linda Reid. And they're now coming down through the 1,000 metre mark. Loreto Kirribilli has overtaken Pymble Ladies to gain first place. So in late 8, Loreto Kirribilli crossed through the 1,000 metre mark at 3 minutes and 51 seconds, followed by Pymble Ladies, then Roseville in third place and Catherine's fourth, North Sydney Girls in fifth, Queenwood in sixth place and Loreto Normanhurst in seventh place. And in
They're now down, the leading crews are now down in the red boys, 100 metres to go or less, and it is still Loreto Kirribilli in lane 8.
rating 35.
Doing a fine job, and Pymble Ladies College in second with Roseville in third. I don't think the positions have changed since we last announced them. That's
So
Loreto Kirribilli going crossing the line first, and here is Pymble Ladies College second and Roseville third. Fourth place just coming up, 2 more strokes. St Catherine's, 5th and 6th, very close. Loreto Normanhurst and St Catherine's. That can't be right,
No.
because we've got St Catherine's twice. But something will change in a minute and I'll give you... Okay, let's try that again. Loreto Kirribilli, Pymble Ladies, Roseville, St Catherine's, Loreto Normanhurst, Queenwood and North Sydney Girls. I can hear much laughter in the timing booth below us as somebody realised that they pressed the wrong button.
Because it's not our fault.
Yeah, because as Steve points out, it's not our fault.
We're perfect.
Race 46, Division 3 of the schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. And there are 7 boats: St Catherine's, Pimble Ladies, Roseville, Loreto Normanhurst, Canberra Girls Grammar, Loreto Kirribilli and Queenwood.
And they're all on the course. There are 7 crews there.
This is race 46.
So they've gone through the 500 metre mark, and in the first place was St Catherine's, being Madeline Swain, Jade Leslie, Lisa Gaston, Madeline Mannis, and Jasmine Abella was the Cox, coached by Dermot Driscoll. In second place was Queenwood, and that's Valence Socrates, Sienna Fraser, Matilda Birch, Chloe Minute, coxed by Eleni Pagidas. In third place at the 500 metre mark was the Canberra Girls Grammar School of Anna Binns, Amelia Merriford, Bridget Myvolt, Saffron Denell, Caitlin Walters, a Cox, coached by Vance Khan and Ellie Lambden. In fourth place at the 500 metre mark was the Roseville College crew of Holly Milford, Madeline Shadford, Daniela Gask, Sydney Krieger, coxed by Christina Mamara and coached by Charlotte McBrayer. In fifth place, I've just lost the screen, but they've come through the 1,000 metre mark with St Catherine still in the lead in a time of 3 minutes and 55 seconds. Queenwood in second place, a further 6 seconds behind. And then in lane 9 was the, well, it can't be lane 9 because there is no lane 9. Third place is, well, we don't know who's in third. In fourth place was the Roseville College crew. In fifth was the Canberra Girls Grammar School. And Loreto Kirribilli in sixth. So the Loreto Kirribilli crew is Chloe Cameron, Annabelle Ross, Zoe Ryan, Eliza Wilson, Sophie Wagner, Cox, and coached by Sophie DeAngelis. And the Loreto Normanhurst crew is Abigail Whittaker, Sabine Walton, Amber Buchanan, Ash O'Kelly, Isabella Goonan is the Cox and coached by Laurie Hunter. And we're coming into the last 250 metres of the race. Still looks as if St Catherine's in lane 2 is in the lead. They're currently rating at 34 strokes a minute. And then it looks like lane 8, the Queenwood crew is in second place, but very closely followed by the girls in lane 3, the Pimble Ladies. In fact, they may have overtaken them and taken the second place. So the Pimble Ladies crew is Isabella Watson, Ella Monk, Isabel Fisher, Arabella Hunt, Sienna Leong is the Cox, and coached by Angus Webber. And we've just seen a win by the St Catherine's crew in 5 minutes and 57 seconds, and they're closely followed by the crew in lane 3, which is the Pimble Ladies crew, some 12 seconds behind, and then the Queenwood crew, and then we've got a gap of some lengths back to lane 4, which is the Roseville College crew of Holly Milford, Madeline Shadford, Deanna Gask, Sydney Krieger and Christina Mamella. And then coming up in lane 7 is a Loreto Kirribilli crew, Chloe Cameron, Annabelle Ross, Zoe Ryan, Eliza Wilson, Sophie Wagner and coached by Sophie DeAngelis. And then lane 6, the Canberra Girls Grammar School. Completes the, oh no, we've still got
one to go, but before they finish, could I just make an announcement to everyone? It's getting very hot out there, as you are, of course, aware. A message from your head of sport: please do not go out too early. No, you need to get sort of 10 minutes down the course. You need to be at at the start 5 minutes before, but don't plan on going out and spending much time out there. Don't go out too early. Leave it for as short as you can to get to your race comfortably on time, and take lots of water. Continue to drink lots of water, girls. It's hard to judge how much you're losing, but it is getting very hot, and we need you to look after yourselves extremely well. So just think about that. Not too early, and take water with you and drink lots before you go.
So the next race is underway, and that is race 47. They've gone through the 500 metre mark, and this is the schoolgirl year 10 quad and fourth and fifth quads by the look of the A final. And going through the 500 metre mark, we've got St Catherine's in first place in a time of 1 minute and 57 seconds, followed by Loreto, Kirribilli, Radford College, Pymble Ladies, Roseville in fifth place in lane 4. And the St Catherine's crew is Ruby Smith, Meg O'Connor, Victoria Funge, Tilly Clark Jago, and Isabel Kinross is the coxswain. The Loreto Kirribilli crew is Abigail Donahue, Zoe Fallon, Beatrix Farley, Amelia Zammett, Brianna Destro, and coached by Adelaide Guinness. And then in the third place was the Radford College crew, being Bella Schofield, Matilda Chapman, Chloe Miller, Pippa Humphreys, Ava Warden as the cox, coached by Mackenzie Francis Brown. And we're coming up through the 1,000 metre mark, where the St Catherine's crews maintained its lead, and they've gone out in 4 minutes and 2 seconds, and then followed by the Loreto Kirribilli crew, which is in second place. And then there's been a big change. So the Roseville College crew, which was in fifth place at the 500 metre mark, is now in third place. And that Roseville College crew is Alexandra Ellis, Grace Butler, Amelia Irby, Ava Cornett, Freya Mackenzie Cox, and coach Brianna Monk. So they've made a big move in that 500 metres. In fourth place is now Radford. In fifth place, coming through the 1,000 metres, is the Pymble Ladies College of Madeline Coman, Elizabeth Hart, Maya Partridge, Jessica Ding, Alexandra Luxton is the cox, and coached by Claire Hassel and Georgina Masters. And then in sixth place through the 1,000 metres was Loreto Kirribilli. In seventh place was Pymble Ladies. And then in eighth place was St Catherine's, which is Emily Alton, Bianca Rupnick-Williams, Sophie Costellas, Cameron Faturis, Evie Jasmine, Rosisa Parker, and the coach is Jared Watson. And we're just coming into the last couple of 100 metres now.
Loreto Kirribilli and St Catherine's fighting it out. They are, I think St Catherine's is probably still in the lead. Yes, they are still in the lead. But Loreto Kirribilli is fighting for every bit of space they can do. That's 5 St Catherine's across the line, followed by Loreto Kirribilli across the line. Nice work, girls. Then a bit of a gap. And I think this is probably Roseville going to take out third place in lane 4. Yep, there's Roseville in third place. And Pymble Ladies in 4th. And Loreto Kirribilli in 5th.
And that crew is Abigail Porter, Evie O'Brien, Bronte Hourigan, Sophie McLaughlin, Eva Clugston's the cox, coached by Laura Rainwhite.
Radford College 6th, Pymble Ladies 7th, and one to finish. St Catherine's to finish. So if that calling was right, St Catherine's had 2 in that race, didn't they? Good. Race 48, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Double Scull. Girls, remember the announcement of a few minutes ago? Don't go out too early. Really only go out just in time to get you to the race in enough time without getting flustered about your placing. It's too hot to spend time out on the water at the moment. Take lots of water with you, drink lots of water if you're standing around waiting for your race, or even if you're just standing around cheering. Lots of water, please. It is very hot out there.
So we've got a couple of other volunteers. While the girls are getting lined up to start the Schoolgirl Double Scull Division 1, we've got some bridge marshals, Sue Walter, thank you very much, and Paul Barr, bridge marshal number 2, and Vanessa Kotami. The island parking's been looked after by Celeste Simon, and the boat trailer parking marshal is Helen Atia. And then we've got a spectators hill marshal, Karen Wheelhouse, who's obviously doing a good job because there's no spectators on the hill. And the stand safety marshal is Kerry Cooley. Nick Stoddard's the South Bank marshal, and Stuart Webster is the other South Bank marshal. We've just gone through the 500 metre mark of the Schoolgirls Division
1 of the Double Scull, 2,000 metre race.
And in the lead is Kinross, Walleroy, Scammell and Neville in a time of 1 minute 53, then followed by Radford College, Crab and Hardy, some 4 seconds behind them. Third place is Penrith, Murray, Adderton. Fourth place is Sydney Girls number 1, Ryan and Kleeman. In fifth place is lane number 9, Roseville College, Irby and Brady. Sixth place in lane number 2 is Canberra Girls Grammar School, Collins and Lewis. And in 7th place, PLC Sydney number 1, Rutherford and D.
So that still leaves us with St Catherine's and Pymble Ladies College 1 to cross that marker. This is a 2,000 metre race. So these and this is hot weather to be doing it in now.
So the St Catherine's crews just passed in lane in 8th position, Molly McNeil and Georgia Shearer, coached by Dearman O'Driscoll.
And we have no update on that. So 4th at the 500 metre mark. Here we go. They've just crossed the 1,000 metre mark. Kinross Walleroy is still in front. Radford College is second, as they were at the first mark. Third is Penrith. Fourth is Sydney Girls. And the others are still coming.
Lane 9 in 5th place, Roseville College. 6th place is Canberra Girls Grammar. 7th is PLC Sydney number 1 of Arabella Rutherford and Emma O'Day, coached by Beck Harrison and Felix Dew.
So they didn't move between the 500 metre and the 1,000 metre mark. They didn't change positions at all. This is a full crew, although I'm not seeing St Catherine's 48, race 48. Do we have St Catherine's in there? St Catherine's may have withdrawn. I'm not seeing them being marked as going across the 500 metre or the...
Well, they're not in lane 8, so
Okay.
they don't appear to be there.
Let's assume that they've withdrawn.
So the Kinross Walleroy crew in lane 1 is Isabella Scammell and Freya Neville, coached by...
I gave first, second, third. I
Yep.
think we were down to 4th. Sydney Girls, Jackie Ryan and Samara Kleiman, Matteo Villani and Timothy Hughes. The 5th place at that was Roseville, Annabelle Irby and Sophie Brady, coach Charlotte McBrayer. 6th, Canberra Girls Grammar, Alice Collins and Addie Lewis, coach Nigel Miller. 7th was PLC Sydney 1, Arabella Rutherford, Emma O'Day, coaches Beck Harrison and Felix Dew. And that is the 7 in this event.
So the Kinross Walleroy crew is currently rating 28 and comfortably ahead of the 2nd place getters.
Who are Radford College in lane 3.
Looks like that may have changed.
I think that might have changed. It looks like 4
Lane
now,
6.
doesn't it? Or even 6. 9, 8's missing, 7, 6.
So lane 6 is currently rowing
6, I think,
at the rating 31, and
which
as
is
they
Sydney girls.
and as they go through the 1500 metre mark, it's still Kinross Walleroy in lane 1 in first position at 5 minutes and 48 seconds. Second is in lane 3 Radford College, some 21 seconds behind them. Third, Sydney Girls number 1. Fourth is Penrith. Fifth is Roseville. Sixth is Canberra Girls. And seventh is PLC Sydney number 1.
Right, so Sydney girls and Penrith swap places in that last section.
They did. So Sydney Girls has just come over the top of Penrith. They were third at the 1,000 metre mark. And the time going through the 1,500 metres for Kinross Walleroy is 5 minutes and 48 seconds.
There's Kinross Walleroy about 8 strokes from the end, comfortably ahead, clear water, still water between them and the next.
Rating 30, rowing very long, very nice application into the water.
That's
Good, strong
Kinross
finishes.
Walleroy, 7 minutes 45 seconds and 7 minutes 45.10.1 seconds. And as you can see, a long way ahead of 2, which is Radford College in lane 3.
Finished some 30 seconds behind Kinross Walleroy. That's a very substantial win by Kinross Walleroy.
And third is about the same distance back.
Sydney Girls number 1 from lane 6.
Penrith. It's Penrith in 4th. It's like Roseville have maintained their 5th place all the way down the course. Yep. It's 48. Okay, so that was Kinross Walleroy 1, Radford College 2, Sydney Girls 3, Penrith 4th, Roseville 5th, Canberra Girls Grammar 6th and 7th, PLC Sydney.
And the race 49, the Schoolgirl Double Scull Division 2 for 2,000 metres is underway. And we've already gone through the 1,000 metre mark, so the Canberra Girls Grammar crew of Olivia Natty and Madeline McGuinness, coached by Carolyn Pajeepers, is in first place, followed by Pymble Ladies number 2, which is Alice Walker and Tilly Morgan, coached by Kendall Brody. Then Kinross Walleroy number 2 is in third place, Ella Kirby and Sally Carter, coached by Alexandra Copley and Andrew Gannon. Then in fourth place we had Sydney Girls number 2, which is Zoe Krakowski and Zara Greenwood, coached by Matteo and Tim. And then in fifth place, Radford College, which is Claudia Kendall, Erica Dwight, coached by Maggie Noonan and Sam Durnell. And the Canberra Girls Grammar School went through the 1,000 metres in 4 minutes and 3 seconds. So this is a long way for girls in 2,000 metres. It's roughly 240 to 230 strokes. And when it's hot, calm conditions like this, the course is exceptionally fair, unlike some of the older courses that we used to row in my youth.
By the look of the flags, there's a slight advantage breeze, a slight following breeze, which will push the girls down a little further. The trouble is, of course, that makes it feel a bit hotter because you're rowing with the wind rather than into it. But although in my experience, you don't feel the heat while you're rowing. It's while you're waiting and at the end that you realise how hot you feel.
So the Canberra Girls Grammar crew in lane 5 is currently still in the lead, and they're currently rating 29. And then the field for second and third is very close, but the second place getters in Pymble Ladies looks like in being second in lane 3. They're currently rating at, there's been a bit of a hiccup there. They've hit the boys. They were rating at 28. And the girls in Sydney Girls number 2 in lane 2, they're currently rating 30. But the Canberra Girls Grammar School in lane 5, lots of length, nice timing, good finishes and good boat run. And they're coming through the 1,000 metre mark, 1,500 metre mark. So as we go through the 1,500 metre mark, there's been a change. Kinross Wallaroi has moved from third to take over from Pymble Ladies College, who were in second place at the 1,000 metre mark. Canberra Girls Grammar, Natty and McGuinness in lane 5 went through the 1,500 metres in 6 minutes and 10 seconds. Then followed by Kinross Wallaroi in lane 4, Kirby and Carter a further 8 seconds back. In third place in lane 3, Pymble Ladies, Walker and Morgan. And then in fourth place, Sydney Girls number 2, Krakowski and Greenwood. And then fifth place, lane 6, Radford College, Kendall and Dwight, not far behind the fourth place getters. And we already have race 50 on the course. But as we come for race 49, the girls from Canberra Girls Grammar School have finished the 2,000 metres in 8 minutes and 13, and in lane 4 is finishing in second place Kinross Wallaroi, 10 seconds behind the winners. Third place will be taken by lane 3 Pymble Ladies College, some 7 seconds behind second. Fourth place Radford College, only 4 seconds behind the third place Ketters. And we're just coming up lane 2. We'll be crossing the line for fifth place Sydney Girls number 2. And that completes race 49. But race 50, the Division
3 of the same, schoolgirl double scull, 2,000 metres. There are seven starters. Pymble Ladies 3, Amanda Lewin and Victoria Brash. Sydney Girls 4, Josephine Lim and Alexandra Elthefero. Canberra Girls Grammar 4, Savannah Van Gielen and Abigail Merkel. Kinross Wallaroi 4, Audrey Gill, Emma Livingston. Kinross Wallaroi 3, Ava McMillan, Georgia Sweetapple. Sydney Girls 3, Misha Bendel, Lara Grosser. And Canberra Girls Grammar 3, Jenna Oda and Georgina Wallace.
And as they went through the 1,000 metres, Canberra Girls Grammar was in first place in lane number 8 in a time of 3 minutes and 55 seconds, followed by Kinross Wallaroi number 3, some 19 seconds behind the Canberra Girls Grammar School. Then in third place was the Canberra Girls Grammar number 3. And
3 or 4? Abigail Van Gielen and Merkel. Just give you a name or not?
Well, they've just come through the 1,500 metre mark, so we'll have to. That looks like lane 7 out in.
Lane 7, comfortably in front, which is Canberra Girls Grammar 3,
Yeah,
Jenna Oda and Georgina Wallace.
Yes, you're correct. So they've gone through the 1,500 metre mark in 5 minutes and 58 seconds, and they've got a big lead over the second place getters.
Kinross Wallaroi in 3, which is in lane 6. Yep, that's probably right. And certainly they have a huge lead.
And they're only rating 26, which means they know that they're comfortably in the lead. It's a hot day. They're not going to bust a foofer valve by rating high. So 26, they've got plenty of length, lots of power, and a big lead. So as they've come through the 1,500 metre mark, the Canberra Girls Grammar crew of Van Gielen and Merkel, which is Canberra Girls Grammar number 4, were some 28 seconds behind them, and they improved from their third position at the 1,000 metre mark to come into second place at the moment at the 1,500 metre mark. And in third place at the 1500 metres, Kinross Walleroy number 3. And then Kinross Walleroy number 4 is in fourth place. In fifth place in lane 3 is Sydney Girls number 4. In sixth place is Pymble Ladies number 3. And in seventh place, Sydney Girls number 3.
Right. So Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 8 are 10 boat lengths ahead.
Well, there's a big
12
spread in the
boat
field.
lengths. It's a huge, actually there's a huge boat spread in the field, but certainly the Canberra Girls Grammar, Jenna and Georgina, are showing everyone how to do it. They're rating very slow and just powerful and looks very good.
Well done, Canberra Girls Grammar.
You heard their beep. I'm assuming that you can hear the beeps as we can. Now we can all have a bit of a chat amongst ourselves for a while we wait for the lane 4, is that coming down? As I find my glasses and put them on, yes, lane 4, which is also Canberra Girls Grammar, Savannah and Abigail, who will cruise into second place. Yep. And third, Kinross Walleroy, Macmillan and Sweetapple, and Kinross Walleroy, Gill and Livingston in fourth place. Another gap.
So just while we're waiting, it was recently announced the New South Wales rowing state team lead coaches for 2021 at the Interstate Regattas. And I'd like to congratulate Alex Field from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club being selected as the coach for the Penrith Cup Men's Lightweight 4. Hallie Chapman from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club for the Women's Lightweight 4, the Victoria Cup. The Noel F. Wilkinson Cup Men's Youth 8 will be coached by Chris Halliday from Sydney University Boat Club. And the Bicentennial Cup, the Women's Youth 8, will be coached by Lachlan Carter from Sydney Rowing Club. So congratulations, and all those girls rowing here. There's plenty of opportunity for you to continue your rowing career after you have left school.
And the last finishes in race 50 after the Kinross Walleroy in fourth, Sydney Girls in fifth, Pymble Ladies in sixth, and we need one more.
I think they've all completed.
That will do it. Sydney Girls 3. Got it. That was race 50. Race 51, Schoolgirls Single Scull Division 1. It's a 2,000 metre race, and it did have a full field, but there's been one withdrawal at least. So we have in this race Kinross Walleroy 1, Hannah Richardson, coaches Alexandra Copley and Andrew Gannon. 2, Loreto Kirribilli, lane 2, Loreto Kirribilli 1, Charlotte Cadman, coach Michael Benerius. Lane 3, Pymble Ladies 1, Sophie Graham, coach Ali Williams. 4, Sydney Girls 1, Katrina Teo, coaches Matteo Villani and Tim Hughes. Right, they have now come through the... Which one was that?
Well, Katrina Teo from Sydney Girls number 1 has scratched, as has Grace Gillies from Loreto Normanhurst number 1 in lane 7. So lane 4 and lane 7 will not have athletes in them as they have scratched. But we've just gone through the 1,000 metre mark, and in front is in a time of 4 minutes and 16 seconds, followed very closely by Pymble Ladies number 1, Sophie Graham, some 5 seconds back. And then in third place, Bronte Blackmore Cram, and from Queenwood number 1. In fourth place, from Ashcombe in lane 8 is Charlotte Haley. And then in fifth place, Kinross Walleroy number 1, Hannah Richardson. Sixth place in lane 2, Loreto Kirribilli number 1, Charlotte Cadman. And in seventh place in lane 9 is St Catherine's number 1, Amelia Cooper.
2,000 metre race. And it must be, there's 56 events and this is race 51. So we're into the downward last part of the regatta, which is a good thing. The heat out here at Penrith was getting quite hot. I think it was about 38 when I last had a look at it. And it's a matter now, we have the single sculls. This is Division 1, we have Division 2 and Division 3 to follow, and Division 4, Division 5, Division 6, Division 7. So it's called single sculls. To the end of the race. So girls, be wary, keep drinking as much as you can. It's very important to know you'll be sweating more than you think you are, and you'll be losing a lot more fluid than you think you are. So this is race 51, Division 1 of the schoolgirls single scull, a 2,000 metre race. And Canberra Girls Grammar, Grace Turner has just passed the 1,500 metres mark.
Rating 29.
Rating 29. Pymble Ladies, Sophie Graham is second. Third, Queenwood, Bronte Blackmore. Fourth, Askham, Charlotte Haley. Fifth, Kinross Walleroy 1, Hannah Richardson. Sixth, Loreto Kirribilli, Charlotte Cadman. That was the 1,500 metre mark. And they're now just on the last couple of hundred metres. The field is reasonably well spread out, as you would expect with a singles race.
So Grace in the lead is currently rating at 28, and Sophie Graham in lane 3, she's currently rating at 29. And then from Queenwood, Bronte Blackmore Cram in lane 6 in third place. She's currently rating at 28. Lane 8 from Askham, Charlotte Haley is currently rating in fourth place. 29. So as we come down to the final 100 odd metres, it's still the Canberra Girls Grammar Sculler Grace Turner in the lead, and she's currently still rating at around 28 strokes per minute, and she's got a 9 to 10 second lead over Sophie Graham in the Pymble Ladies crew in lane 3. And she's just taken out the race in a time of 8 minutes and 33 seconds. Well done, Grace. From Canberra Girls Grammar, coming up into second place in lane 3 is Pymble Lady Sophie Graham, some 11 seconds behind. And then in third place is the Queenwood Sculler Bronte Blackmore Cram, followed in fourth place by Kinross Walleroy, number 1, Hannah Richardson. Fifth is Askham's Sculler Charlotte Haley. And then we've got a little way back to the sixth place getter in lane number 2, which is
Loreto Kirribilli,
Charlotte Cadman. Yep. And then
the last one is lane 9, St Catherine's Amelia Cooper. She's just got 3 or 4 strokes to go.
Well done, girls. It's a big call in the single scull going 2,000 metres in this race.
2,000 metres.
In this heat.
In this heat, that is. Race 52, the schoolgirls single scull, Division 2, 2,000 metres. Again, a full field. Queenwood 2, Chelsea Prout. St Paul's Grammar, Madison Jones. North Sydney Girls, Sonia Freeberg. PLC Sydney 1, Alexandra Reid. MLC School 1, Olivia Alden Hullett. Tara School 1, Sarah Fard. St Mary's High, Claire Robinson. Radford College, Ellen Mihaljevic. And St Catherine's 2, Claudia Harrell. They are underway and at the... No, they haven't yet passed anything I can give you for their order. Ah, yes I can. At the 1,000 metre mark, Tara School, Sarah Fahad was in front. Radford College, Ellen Mihaljevic was second. And that's just flicked off the screen for a second because we're passing the 1,500 metre with Tara School, Sarah Fahad still in the lead. And by the time it's taking for the second person to come up, it must be a comfortable lead. Radford College, Ellen Mihaljevic is second, 16 seconds behind Sarah. Queenwood 2, Chelsea Prout is third. St Paul's Grammar, Madison Joins is fourth. Fifth is Tara School 1, Sarah. Noops. Sarah can't be first and fifth, guys. Sixth is North Sydney Girls, Sonia Fehlberg. Seventh is St Catherine's, Claudia Hull. Right, so Sarah Fard from Tara School is definitely in lead, and the sixth was North Sydney Girls, Sonia Freeberg. So we go through that again. Tara School, Radford College, Queenwood 2, St Paul's Grammar, St Mary's High, North Sydney Girls, St Catherine's 2, and PLC Sydney 1. They are approaching the end of the leaders are approaching the end of the purple boys and looking at going into the pink boys and looking at going into the reds. And that remains Tara School's Sarah Fard. Fade perhaps. And she has a very comfortable lead. And she's doing an extremely nice job, rating, let's have a look, 33, good work. 33 in a single, 2,000 metres, nice finish. And you can see there's absolutely nothing wasted going on there. That is really beautiful. Beautiful, clean entries, long pull through. Very nice indeed, not rushing off the back. Excellent work. Tara School, Sarah Fade in first place in 8 minutes and 28 seconds, .38.
Which was some 5 seconds faster than the Division 1 of the same event, race 51.
Queenwood 2, Chelsea Prout second, Radford College, Ellen Mihaljevic third. Chelsea was 19 seconds behind, Radford's Ellen was only 3 seconds behind. Fourth, St Paul's Grammar, Madison Joins. Bit of a gap. And then the others are all sort of coming in neatly spaced out. Fifth is lane 7, St Mary's High, Claire Robinson. Sixth is lane 3, North Sydney Girls, Sonia Freeberg. Seventh, St Catherine's, Claudia Harrell. And eighth just has a couple of strokes to go. PLC Sydney, Alexandra Reid. The next race is race 53, Division 3 of the Schoolgirls Single Scull, 2,000 metres. There are 8 in this race. Tara School 2, Emma Malka, coaches Graham Gardner and Robin Mackney, Kate Crampton. Pymble Ladies College 2, Georgina Erickson, coach Ali Williams. Steve, tell me when it comes up.
Yeah, so the lane 8, Sarah from MLC number 2 has scratched, so there are only 7 in this race. We've gone through the 1,000 metres. So in the lead is Georgina Eriksson from Pymble Ladies, number 2, in lane 2 in a time of 4 minutes and 19 seconds, followed 10 seconds behind by Tara School number 2, Emma Malka in lane 1. In third place is the Kinross Wallaroi number 2, Sculler Liv Fredrickson. And then in fourth place, the Loreto Kirribilli number 2, Sculler Olivia Loadsman. And then in fifth place, Olivia Lucas from Loreto Normanhurst number 2. Then Kate Bradley is in sixth place. And we are just about to go through the 1,500 metre mark. So the Pymble Ladies College Sculler number 2, Georgina Eriksson, has maintained her lead in 6 minutes and 35 seconds through the 1,500 metre mark, and she's increased her lead over the Kinross Wallaroi number 2, Sculler in lane 3, Liv Fredrickson.
So Liv picked up from third to second.
Yes, so Liv has actually changed places with the Tara School number 2, Sculler Emma Malka, who was in second place at the 1,000 metre mark. And in fourth place at the 1,500 metre mark is Olivia Loadsman from Kirribilli number 2. Olivia Lucas in Loreto Normanhurst boat number 2 is in fifth place, and Kate Bradley from PLC number 2, Sydney number 2, is in lane 7 in sixth place. And then bringing up the rest of the field is the Sydney girls number 2, Sculler Bianca Zermes in lane 6. And as they're coming down to the last 250 metres, it's interesting to note that the head coach from Loreto Normanhurst, who's put on a great day for us all today, because it's a lot of work getting coaches and crews on the water, is Ian Edmonds, and he's a very notable rower for Australia. He started rowing at the State School at Brisbane State High, and like all of us who've finished second in the head of the river by 0.3 of a second, stayed with the sport to try and get some revenge. He joined the University of Queensland Boat Club while he was still at school, and was fortunate to be coached by the great Bob Bleakley, a master technician, and this was in the 1980-81 season. And Bob actually planted the seed for Ian to become an Olympian, and he was in 1982 selected in the Australian under-23 Cox 4 to compete overseas, and which is now the under-23s. Just before we finish, we're just coming up to the...
Georgina Eriksson, just about to cross the finishing line in first place. Well done, Georgina.
And a good 7 to 10 lengths between her and the second place getter. She's finished that race in 2,000 metres in 8 minutes and 50 seconds.
And a complete battle going on now for second and third.
Between lanes 1, 3 and 5. That's a great race finish.
So that's Tara School's Emma Malka, second. Third, Kinross Wallaroi 2, Liv Fredrickson. And fourth, Loreto Normanhurst, Olivia Lucas. Fifth, Loreto Kirribilli, Olivia Loadsman. As you can guess, second, there was the difference between second, third and fourth was extremely close. Second and third was extremely close. That's lane 7. PLC Sydney 2, Kate Brady crossing the line. And Bianca Siamus from Sydney Girls 2. Excellent work, girls.
And race 54 is now on the course, and they've just coming up to the 500 metre mark. And first in a time, they're coming to the 1,000 metre mark. My apologies. In the first place in a time of 4 minutes and 16 seconds to get to the 1,000 metre mark was St Catherine's Alia Raymond. And then some 10 seconds behind her in lane 5 was Kinross Wallaroi Sculler number 3, Annabelle Woods. In third place in lane 7 is Pymble Ladies College number 3, Jessica Colburn. Then in fourth place, Queenwood number 3 in lane 9, Tiffany Botha. Fifth place in lane 6, Loreto Kirribilli number 3, Emma Jones. Sixth place in lane 8 was Loreto Normanhurst number 3, Maya Jones. 7th place in lane 3, PLC Sydney number 3, Bailey Winton Murray.
And with 2 to go, Josephine Perry from Sydney Girls and MLC School 3, Jasmine Fitch.
So just continue with the head coach of Loreto Normanhurst. He finished with a silver medal behind West Germany in the 1982 Under-23 World Championships, or as it was then called, the Mush de Seniors. During that time, and while they were overseas, they raced in the Henley Royal Regatta in the Prince Philip Challenge Cup, where he finished second, and in 1983 he was selected in the Australian Men's 8 to compete in the World Championships at Duisburg in West Germany. And that made him the first Queensland-based rower to ever be selected to an Australian crew. And in preparation for the World Championships, they toured through Europe, competing in France, Germany and England. They finished 3rd at the World Championships and were awarded a bronze medal. And the race that we've got underway, race 54.
55.
54. They've gone through the 1,000 metre mark.
Oh, okay.
St Catherine's sculler Alia Raymond is still in front in a time 1,500 metres in a time of 6 minutes and 32 seconds, and she's maintained her lead in lane 2 over Pymble Ladies Jessica Colburn, who's overtaken Kinross Wallaroy's number 3 sculler Annabelle Woods. So at the 1,000 metre mark, Annabelle was in 2nd place. Now Pymble Ladies Jessica Colburn's in 2nd place. 4th place, Loreto Kirribilli's number 3 Emma Jones has swapped places with Queenwood's Tiffany Botha, who was in 4th place at the 1,000 metre mark. In 6th place we've got Loreto Normanhurst Maya Jones, and then 7th place in lane 3 PLC Sydney's number 3 Bailey Winton Murray. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 7 scullers on the course. So it appears that we have had 2 scratchings.
I think that one's Sydney Girls 3 and MLC School 3. I'm not seeing Jasmine Fitch and Josephine Perry.
Yeah.
And by the look of it, St Catherine's Alia Rahman is maintaining her lead.
Currently rating 34.
34, 2,000 metre race. Pretty good going.
And this is going to be almost a blanket finish for 2nd again.
You couldn't pick 2nd from here, could you?
Yeah, sculler in lane 3, in lane 9, Queenwood number 3 has just gone off course a little, hitting a couple of boys, but she's back on course and heading back to the centre of the lane.
And lane 7 has also seen the danger of the boys and is coming back this way towards the boy. Move over.
So the St Catherine's sculler Aaliyah Raymond has just finished 2,000 metres. She's maintained her lead right through the race in time of 8 minutes and 38 seconds, and coming up in 2nd
Kinross
place.
Wallaroy in lane 5.
Lane 5. And then in lane 7 in 3rd place, we've got Pymble Ladies Jessica Colburn.
Lane 6 was Loreto Kirribilli, Emma Jones. Queenwood's Tiffany Botha is 5th. And 6th is Loreto Normanhurst 3, Maya Jones. And we have 1 to finish. And I think I can see the next one or not.
No, it hasn't started as yet. We've just finished.
And there we go. There's the last person of race 54 to cross the line. Bailey Winton Murray from PLC Sydney.
So 1983, when the guys competed at the World Championships and got the bronze medal, Ian was telling me that was the first medal by an Australian Olympic crew since the 1968 Olympics, where there was a silver medal gained in the eights at the Mexico Olympics. 1984, Ian was again selected into the men's eight, and they competed in the Los Angeles Olympics with some friends of mine, Jim Battersby and Steve Evans. And I'm not sure the Steve Evans who's coaching today out here is the same Steve Evans. It might just be the same name, but if it's not, Stevie Evans, g'day, how are you going? And then those guys won a bronze medal at the Los Angeles Olympics, which was a sensational result for them. And now Ian's been coaching here. He retired in 1987 after representing Queensland for a long time. And thank you very much, Ian, for inviting us all out here, and the amount of work that you've done as head coach at Loreto Normanhurst.
So race 55, the schoolgirls single scull division 5 is underway. There are 8 entered in this race. 155, one has withdrawn. Lane 7 is withdrawn. So we have St Catherine's, Connie Skeffington, Loreto Normanhurst, Alexandra O'Brien. Pymble ladies, Lillian Huntley. Sydney girls, Mia Vinciguerra. I think I've got that wrong, Mia, but apologies. Queenwood, Madeline Newman, Loreto Kirribilli, Caitlin L, and Kinross Walleroy, Claudia Sinclair, and I believe MLC's Layla Hare has withdrawn.
So the boat holders at the 2,000 metre mark have now changed, or have changed since around about 9 o'clock. So that's just a long time sitting out there holding boats and being in the heat. But in lane 1 is Samantha Wentworth Brown. In lane 2 is Chris Wentworth Brown. Now these guys have come down from Dunedoo to assist with this regatta today, so congratulations to you. Lane 3 is Martin Gilsenan. Lane 4, the boat holder there is Kath Walton. Lane 5, the boat holder is Tom Lampy. Lane 6, Sarah Hickey. Seamus Hickey is in lane 7. Craig Walton is boat holding for lane 8.
And in race 55, they've passed the 1,000 metre mark. First is Connie Skeffington. Second, Lillian Huntley. Third, Madeline Newman. Fourth, Caitlin L. Fifth, Mia Vinciguerra. Sixth, Alexandra O'Brien. Seventh, Claudia Sinclair. No time taken for Connie in the first place, and the others are pretty tight, although Claudia Sinclair has dropped back a little. And this is starting to look hot.
Well, the lead sculler is currently rating at 30 strokes per minute. So it's still quite a pace as they're coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark. Just want to also thank a few other volunteers out here today. Parents doing boat race, official driving, bridge marshalling, pontoon, timekeeping, being Aaron Gambrell, Scott Winton, Michael Egan, Karen Flattery, Paul Barr, Andrew Harrison, Andrew Meaney, Mark Daly, Jane Daly, Vanessa Quatnami, Paul Bolster, Tanya Cricklow, James O'Keefe, Joe Gonzalez, Yupan Pumpkinmole, Penny Hare, who's come down from Tambar Springs of all places, Matthew Hornby, Anna Hare, Steph O'Brien, Michael Sims, Carolyn Lenihan and Louise Woods. Thank you very much for assisting us in getting this regatta underway and successful. So we all know without volunteers this country sport does not run. So coming up to the 1,500 metre mark, we've just gone through that. How are we going with that, Sue?
Nothing showing up as yet. Just starting to. Good. First at the 1,500 metre mark was Pymble Ladies Georgina Seymour. Second was Loreto Normanhurst Ella Mackenzie. Third, MLC School Inez Chris. Hold on a second. That doesn't make sense. I'm not certain about these names at all, guys, because race 55. We're looking for 55. Here we go. This is looking better.
1500 metre mark.
No, we're looking at race 55. I've got race 55. Give us that again, please, crew. Can we have those names again? I've got 57 and 54 on screen, but I don't have anything from race 55. So all I can tell you, here we go. At the 1,000 metre mark, I gave you that. Connie Skeffington was in front. So I've got no update on Connie, Lillian, Madeline, Caitlin, but that was the 1,000 metre mark. But on the camera I can see what I think is Connie still comfortably in front, being chased probably by Lillian Huntley.
So the St Catherine's number 4 rower is currently rating 29, coming down to the last couple of metres to finish the race, and she's being followed by the sculler in
Pymble Ladies College.
Pymble Ladies
3,
College,
Lillian Huntley.
who is currently
Lillian is a boat length or so behind.
rating
so
29.
Connie is just about to cross the line. That was Connie crossing the line. And Pymble Ladies College crossing the line. Lillian Huntley.
So coming up in third place is lane 5, Madeline Newman from Queenwood number 4. And then in fourth place will be lane number 4, Sydney Girls, Mia Vinscaria. And in next to cross will be lane 6, being Loreto Kirabilly's Caitlin L. And then lane 2 being Loreto Normanhurst number 4, Alexandra O'Brien.
Right. Second last event of the day. Oh, we've still got one more to come. Thank you. I thought somebody had disappeared.
So we've got two
race
events.
55 has one person still to finish. She's coming down the course now. And then 2 more events to go, which will be the Division 6 and the Division 7 of the schoolgirls single sculls.
And race 56 is on the course at the moment. They've gone through the 1,000 metre mark, and with lane 6 being Pymble Ladies number 5, Philippa Austin's in front in a time of 4 minutes and 27 seconds to the 1,000 metre mark, followed by lane 7, Loreto Normanhurst number 6, Paige Critchlow, some 5 seconds behind at the 1,000 metres. Third is lane 2, Queenwood number 5, Stephanie Preller, followed in fourth place by lane 3, Loreto Normanhurst number 5, Ella McKenzie, and in fifth place in lane 4 was Loreto Kirabilly number 5, Isabel Constantini. And coming up to the 1,500 metre mark of this 2,000 metre race, it's got very close. There's now been a change. Philippa Austin has swapped the lead to Loreto Normanhurst number 6, Paige Critchlow, who's now in the lead and was second at the 1,000 metre mark. And Paige has crossed the 1,500 metre mark in a time of 6 minutes and 48 seconds, and then less than a second behind her, Pymble Ladies number 5 in lane 6, Philippa Austin. In lane 2 is the third place, Queenwood number 5, Stephanie Preller. In fourth at the 1,500 metres is Loreto Normanhurst number 5, sculler Ella McKenzie, followed by the Loreto Kirabilly sculler Isabel Constantinian. So there's some 30 seconds splitting the course between the first and fifth scullers in this division.
And looking from the commentary box, what you can see is that lanes 6 and 7 are still battling it out, although It looks to me as though Paige Critchlow from Loreto Normanhurst in lane 7 is probably in front.
Rating 29.
Philippa Austin next to her is not giving her an inch. This could change over again, but at the moment my betting is that Paige is a little in front.
Paige just seems to have lifted her rating a little as she comes into the last couple of 100 metres.
It's that wonderful feeling of the red boys are here. I've only got to do another 12 strokes and I'll get there. And believe me, you count them. Okay. Paige is comfortably in front now. She's pulled ahead and she's got clear water between her and Philippa. Another 4 strokes to go and she's done.
Currently rating 28.
5 more.
And then coming in lane 6
Okay, Paige Critchlow first.
in a time of 9 minutes and 9 seconds.
Second, Pymble Ladies College, Philippa Austin. Bit of a battle going on for 3rd and 4th. Although 2 will get it, I think. Queenwood, Stephanie Prella in 3rd. Loreto Normanhurst's Ella Mackenzie in 4th.
And our last race of the day is underway and currently at the 1500 metre mark. And that's race 57, the schoolgirls single scull division 7, 2000 metres. And we have currently, as I went through the 1000 metre mark, oh no, we've got the results for the 1500 metres.
Okay, and that's the last in race 56.
So the race 57, the last race of the day, Loreto Kirribilli's number
Isabella
8.
Constantine.
Yeah.
Constantine?
So Loreto Kirribilli number 8, Alicia Fickers in lane 7, was in 2nd place at the 1000 metre mark. She's now swapped to be 6 seconds ahead of Loreto Kirribilli's number 6, Lauren Moran. They've gone through, or Alicia's gone through the 1500 metre mark in a time of 6 minutes and 41 seconds. 3rd place in lane 3 is Loreto Kirribilli number 7, Alex McMillan, and she's currently some 15 seconds off the pace of the lead boat, the lead sculler. There are only 3 scullers apparently in this race, and all from Loreto Kirribilli, so they've got a very good and strong coaching program, sculling program at the school, and that's headed up by sorry, mental blank there. It's Lockie Allen who's in charge of the Loreto Kirribilli squad, and he's been doing a great job with these girls. For quite a few years, they've won the point score for the schoolgirl regattas, and they get a lot of kids out there on the water at Pearl Bay in Mossman, and it's a very competitive scene out there because there are 3-4 schools at least rowing from that precinct in Pearl Bay and up into the beautiful waters of Middle Harbour. And why do I know that? Because I've been rowing there myself since 1974. Anyway, the last race of the day, this is a sensational finish for Alicia Fickers. She's about to cross the line. In lane 7 and in time of 9 minutes and 10 seconds. And she's got a substantial lead over her club mates. In lane 5 is Lauren Moran.
And in lane 3, Alex McMillan, who are going to cross fairly close together. There they go.
So as all the coaching boats come back and all the officials come off the water, thank you very much. I'd like to just say thank you very much for attending the regatta today. Before I sign off and let Sue say a few words. I'm going to embarrass my goddaughter because she's about to become a teenager on Monday, so I have to do something which will mean that I'll probably never get a gig like this again, but I'm going to sing her happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ellie. Happy birthday to you. And your parents are now frightened they've got a teenager in the house as of Monday. Anyway, thank you very much. Travel safe. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a wonderful regatta, and thank you for Loreto Normanhurst allowing us to have a great day's racing.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for listening. I hope you enjoyed the commentary. I hope it worked for you, that you saw some of the things that we were seeing. And please may the next regatta be with all of you back here in the stands cheering as usual. Goodbye to you all.